Rogers Dry Lake, California in the Mojave Desert. 64 square miles of sun-baked concrete hard dry lake bed. A hostile environment. Yet some of the world's most brilliant scientists, engineers, and test pilots have been lured into this scorched, sprawling desert. Offering the largest natural runway in the world, this lake bed is now a part of Edwards Air Force Base and has earned its place in aviation history as the home of a unique family of purely experimental aircraft, the X-planes. The latest in the long line of the X family, the X-31 is designed to explore exciting new areas of aircraft maneuverability. Like all of its predecessors, it thrives in the regions of the unknown, opening new frontiers for science and technology. The very first of the X-planes was the Bell X-1, conceived and built in the years after World War II. In its time, it was the strongest aircraft ever constructed. It was built to withstand mysterious forces that would tear apart lesser aircraft. The X-1 was to be flown faster than any plane had gone, faster than the speed of sound, into the unknown realms of supersonic flight. Air-launched from the bomb bay of a B-29, the X-1 in a series of carefully metered test flights during the late 1940s would creep closer and closer towards that goal. To achieve this, the little aircraft would have to pass through what many theorize was an unpassable wall of buffeting and strange shockwaves thought to render controlled flight impossible. This wall was named the sound barrier, but if any aircraft could punch its way through, it was the X-1. J. Miller, aviation author.
This period of aviation, the late 1940s, the post-World War II period up through the mid and late 1950s was, aerodynamics, especially transonic and supersonic aerodynamics, were at a very seminal stage. The difficulties that lay ahead were simply unknown.
The solely experimental X-planes were flying laboratories working at the hazy edges of aeronautical knowledge. Built to fly beyond Mach 3 times the speed of sound, the X-2 was to enter the flying hell of the thermal barrier, where a lesser aircraft would have burnt to a cinder. The sleek X-3 Stiletto revolutionized the method of building aircraft and became instrumental in unlocking a mysterious chapter in aerodynamic theory, saving many lives. Northrop's tiny X-4 Bantam was built to explore the tailless aircraft configuration. Experience invaluable in developing similar configurations, including the B-2 stealth bomber. Bell's X-5 could change the sweep of its wings in flight, allowing it to perform at high and low speeds, paving the way for aircraft like the F-111 and F-14 Tomcat. The Convair X-6 project was to test the concept of a nuclear-powered bomber. Initial proving flights were executed using the specially converted NB-36H, which carried aloft a nuclear reactor in its bomb bay. Many of the X projects studied vertical flight, the Bell X-14 using early thrust vectoring and reaction control systems. The X-13 Vertijet sat on its tail for takeoff and landing. The X-22 used a novel approach of ducted fans to explore vertical takeoff. In one of the most successful X projects, the X-15 took pilots so high they edged into space. Still the fastest conventional winged aircraft flown, the X-15 reached an incredible speed of over 4,500 miles per hour in 1967. Looking as if it would never fly, the strange X-24B was part of a series of lifting body aircraft that helped in developing new flight concepts used throughout the Space Shuttle Orbiter program. Here we see one of the latest X-planes, the X-29. exploring the novel forward-swept wing configuration, giving it never-before-seen maneuverability. The X-planes, one and all, stand alone as symbols of the extraordinary.
They are, from an aesthetic standpoint and in terms of what they've accomplished in terms of performance, they are, to this very day, they are the fastest and highest flying conventional fixed-wing vehicles that have ever been built.
Extraordinary planes demand extraordinary pilots to fly them. So the X-plane story is also about the daring men who flew these aircraft where no man has ever gone before. Our story also highlights the technologists that designed these aircraft as windows into the future. The contributions of these brave and brilliant individuals have made possible amazing advances in aviation, paving the way to the new frontiers of space. Modern combat jets like this F-15 fighter fly faster than the speed of sound as a matter of course, their high performance beholden to a legacy, to the early X-planes that proved that supersonic flight was possible. As far back as World War II, even pilots flying this moderately fast Bell P-63 fighter began to experience severe buffeting during high-speed dives when approaching 500 miles per hour. Many believed there existed an invisible wall through which aircraft could not pass.
Some of the best fighters of that period, certainly the P-51, the P-38 in this country, began to encounter the problem of compressibility. And this happened frequently in high-speed dives. When they get into the transonic region, that is speeds above about 0.8 Mach, speeds approaching 500 miles per hour, the airplanes would be in a steep dive, picking up speed, enter this region, and all of a sudden, pilots would find that their flight controls were freezing up or completely ineffective. And they found it impossible to pull out of these dives on many occasions.
Molecules of air not able to move out of the way fast enough were being compressed in front of the aircraft. Shockwaves moved back along the aircraft the faster it went, disabling the flying surfaces, making the aircraft uncontrollable, thus creating an almost impenetrable wall at higher and higher speeds. By the 1940s, propeller-driven aircraft were at the outer limits of their performance, so other answers were sought to gain speed. Almost at the same time, the Allies and the Third Reich came to similar conclusions. British and German jet technology introduced new frontiers of high speed. With a top speed of 540 miles per hour, the Messerschmitt Me-262 had a 100-mile-per-hour advantage on any Allied aircraft of the day. Its revolutionary power plant was married with a moderately swept wing, making it, for a time, the world's most formidable fighter. Even more spectacular, the Messerschmitt Me-163 Comet. This tiny, tailless, swept-back aircraft was rocket-powered. Used against the Allied mass bomber formations in the closing stages of the war, it became the fastest operational aircraft of World War II. This incredible fighter could climb at a rate of 14,000 feet per minute. But after only 10 minutes flying time, fuel exhausted, it would have to glide back to base for an unpowered landing. In 1941, the Me-163 secretly became the first aircraft to exceed 1,000 kilometers an hour, making pilot Heini Dittmar the fastest man on Earth. But the Me-163's designer, Dr. Alexander Lippisch, had not built the little rocket fighter for supersonic flight. However, towards the end of the war, Lippisch did draw up plans for a supersonic delta wing aircraft. The V-2 rocket, although not piloted, proved that a man-made craft could be successfully propelled into supersonic flight. As the V-2 rose from its launch site, a strange cracking noise was heard in the sky. Ground observers were hearing a massive compression of air molecules. The world's first man-made sonic boom. But the V-2 was a ballistic missile. It didn't need to be maneuverable because it wasn't built to be piloted. The question remained, could man fly an aircraft at sonic speeds and control it through the gray area, the wall?
The gray area didn't actually lie in the area of supersonic speeds. The gray area lay in the transonic zone. In other words, in between subsonic and supersonic velocities. It was that transitional period between subsonic and supersonic velocities where they really didn't know for sure what was going to happen.
After the war, much was learned from captured German technology. The Me-262, V-2, and the Comet were studied in detail. Slowly, German advances were blended with Allied technology to forge new aeronautical developments in the post-war age. Almost from the beginning, wind tunnels had been used to test aircraft flight characteristics, and by the 1940s had become an exacting science. But technologists began to notice strange phenomena as they tried testing airflows approaching the speed of sound. In these uncharted regions, the faithful wind tunnel proved to be of little use. It seemed the only way through the wall would be to build aircraft and have men fly them.
One of the things that they ran into in wind tunnels was a choking phenomenon. Basically, they were having difficulty ramming supersonic air through a wind tunnel in such a way that the air was stable, and it was a continuous, very steady flow. A choking phenomenon would take place, which basically was a buildup of shockwaves inside of the wind tunnel. As a result of that, the results they were getting from wind tunnel studies at supersonic speeds were ambiguous. In other words, it was not easily discerned as to whether or not the information was accurate and whether or not it accurately portrayed an event that would take place, let's say, when you're actually flying through the atmosphere at supersonic speeds.
Augmented with lessons learned from captured German technology, the British took a lead in the race to the wall with its early jets fathered by Frank Whittle. Britain's de Havilland Vampire was used as the starting point for a truly exciting new experimental jet aircraft design. This new plane would have wide sweeping wings, but the distinctive twin tail boom of the Vampire would be replaced with a vertical fin, leaving no horizontal tail at all. It would explore the transonic speed range. The emerging DH-108 Swallow looked strikingly like the Me-163. Designers hoped the tailless configuration would carry Britain into the supersonic age. But in September 1946, the Swallow project was dealt a fatal blow. British test pilot Captain Eric Brown recalls.
Geoffrey de Havilland Jr., who was chief test pilot for the company, was working up towards this, and he had been making runs at round about medium levels of 10,000 feet. And this particular day, he brought the aircraft down to 7,000 feet and made a run at about 0.875 Mach number. And at that speed, the aircraft suddenly disintegrated. He was thrown out, never opened his parachute, and his body was found in the mud flats of the Thames estuary.
Focus now shifted to the hot and dry lake bed, high in California's Mojave Desert, near a town once called Muroc. In 1948, Muroc and the surrounding area became Edwards Air Force Base and remains today the premier research flight center in the U.S. But at the turn of the century, there was literally nothing there. Back in 1910, the Coram brothers, Ralph and Clifford, settled here, drilled for water, then built a small community. Soon there was a train station, post office, church, and general store on the edge of Rogers Dry Lake. To avoid confusion with another town, it was christened Muroc, Coram spelled backwards. Years later, between the two world wars, the Navy denied the Army Air Corps permission to use the Pacific for aerial bombing practice. In its search for an alternate range, the Air Corps discovered this dry lake with its isolated natural landing strip and year-round flying weather, making it a perfect practice location for then and into the future. The Air Corps set up base during the early 30s, and by 1937 the range was being used on a regular basis. During World War II, the base continued as a bombing range, with the Army building a curious target out on the dry lake. Dr. Jim Young, Edwards historian.
The Muroc Maru was a 650-foot mock-up of a Japanese Mogami-class battle cruiser. It was erected out on the lake bed, and it was used by bombing crews to practice the tactics of skip bombing. And there are a lot of interesting occurrences, apparently. During the summertime, there's a shimmering out on the lake bed, so that if you look at it in certain angles, it actually looks like there's water on the lake bed. And there was a road that drove right next to the base throughout the war years, and travelers coming from the east, unfamiliar with the area, would pass by and see what they thought was a battleship on a lake in the middle of the desert. And the base got a lot of calls to the Public Information Office from people who thought they were hallucinating.
In 1941, the Air Force found itself in need of a remote location to secretly test fly the Bell XP-59, the United States' first jet aircraft.
Muroc had been selected for three very good reasons as the site for these tests. The most obvious, of course, was the existence of the lake bed. The isolation of the location was very, very important. This was a program which was kept in top secret status until January of 1944. And of course, there were the crystal clear skies, the outstanding flying weather.
On October 1st, 1942, the XP-59, powered by two GE jet engines and flown by Bell test pilot Bob Stanley, slowly lifted off the hot, dry lake. Its engines were based on imported technology from Whittle in Britain. These flights were the beginning of the American jet age and marked the first of many new technological advances in the clear blue skies above the dry lake. As the world recovered from the horrors of the Second World War, Muroc's reputation grew as an obvious choice for a flight testing center. The most exciting test aircraft in the world in 1946 was the Bell X-1, built to withstand the unknown forces of transonic flight. Test pilot Chalmers Slick Goodland was the first man to fly the X-1 under power.
Well, there were all sorts of stories about crossing the sound barrier being very destructive. In fact, as you know, Jeffrey de Havilland was lost in an airplane attacking the sound barrier, and they said it just came apart and disintegrated because of the forces in attempting to go through the barrier. And there were a lot of stories floating about that it was extremely difficult, so they simply built the aircraft to withstand tremendous forces.
Eager to keep the X-1 under wraps, the Army Air Force searched the country for a suitable base for the X-1 test flight program. Although its first glide flight tests were completed at Pine Castle, Florida, the isolation and year-round flying weather in the dry lake's very long emergency landing strip won Muroc the permanent test site honor.
The speed of sound, to a lot of people, was a barrier, a sound barrier that couldn't be broken. But a great many people around the country, and certainly those involved in the X-1 program, didn't think of it as a barrier. They really thought of supersonic flight really more as a steep hill. They were quite confident that they could do it. It was just a matter of when.
In a series of carefully monitored test flights, the X-1 was flown closer and closer towards Mach 1. At the other side of that steep hill, a new era awaited. Through the invisible wall lay the tantalizing dream of supersonic flight. This strangely shaped pit is truly a forgotten monument. Isolated in the corner of an old unused taxi ramp at Edwards Air Force Base in the Mojave Desert, this hole in the ground served as the curious starting point for one of the century's most important missions into the unknown. In 1947, this custom-made ditch was built to contain the first of the X-planes, the famous X-1. After the X-1 was positioned in the pit, the B-29 launch aircraft was rolled over it. The X-1 would then be hoisted into the bomb bay. The B-29 would launch at mid-air, where in the thin atmosphere and with a full load of fuel it could reach unheard-of speeds and altitudes, and perhaps push mankind through a hole in the mythical sound barrier. In 1939, Ezra Kocher championed a high-speed rocket research aircraft. 5 years later, Bell designer Bob Woods began work on the rocket plane.
This was the force necessary to pierce the sound barrier. To find the proper fuselage to house this power, designers turned to ballistics. From this research emerged a body design based on the symmetry of a .50 caliber bullet. Working on theory alone, Bell engineers brought forth a radical design, which was to become the X-1, first airplane in the world to fly faster than the speed of sound.
There was some concern that part of the stabilization process involved with that .50 caliber slug was the fact that it was rotating at a very high rate of speed, and that there were some gyroscopic entities that came into play to help stabilize the bullet. So there was still an element of question. Nobody was absolutely certain.
By 1945, the project was well underway. The Bell team had proposed an aircraft of incredible strength, withstanding 18 Gs, twice the load of any other aircraft. However, development of the rocket's power plant proved more difficult. Reaction Motors' test program lagged behind the Bell schedule. In January 1946, still without an engine, the first X-1 was ferried to Pine Castle Field, Florida for initial glide flights. Bell test pilot Jack Willems was chosen for the first flights before the Army Air Corps took control. A high-altitude mid-air launch was essential to the project's success. The rocket engine was hungry. A ground takeoff and climb would exhaust the propellants before achieving desired speed. This mid-air launch, pioneered during the glide trials, paved the way for the project's success. On January 25, 1946, Willems and the X-1 dropped from the mothership. The first flights demonstrated how rugged and responsive the X-1 was. The powered flights would soon begin. But Jack Willems would not live to fly the X-1 again. In August 1946, he was tragically killed in a racing plane. In March 1946, a decision was made to move the test flight program to the remote Muroc Air Force Base in the Mojave Desert, California. Willems' place was taken by Chalmers Slick Goodwin, an ex-Navy fighter pilot. Goodwin had landed the best job in the business, but also the most dangerous. A pilot desperate enough to use the side hatch escape would surely be sliced in half by the wing. By late 1946, the X-1 power plant had been installed, a 4-chamber XLR-11 with a maximum thrust of 6,000 pounds. The X-1 was ready to go. On the 9th of December 1946, the B-29 launch aircraft took off with the second Bell X-1 held snugly in its modified bomb bay. After many years of preparation, the X-1 would be launched on its first powered flight. As the big B-29 climbed up to its predetermined altitude, Goodland made his way down into the X-1 side hatch, twisting himself into the cockpit. Slick Goodland completed 26 flights in the Bell X-1, but during this first powered flight, he felt the true exhilaration of rocket power.
Really dropped like a lead brick. And when I ignited the rocket engine, why, it was like being slapped in the back with a lead shovel, I would say. And the acceleration was quite phenomenal, and certainly I had never experienced anything like that before.
During these flights, Goodland flew the X-1 up to 0.85 Mach. But a financial disagreement with Bell forced him to resign. Project engineer Bob Stanley tried dangling the carrot.
When I resigned, Stanley said, "Well, don't you want to stay and fly the X-2?" And I simply said, "Well, Bob, if your word's no good in the X-1, it's no good in the X-2." So we left on rather unfriendly terms.
The project stalled, but the problems between Bell and Goodland didn't interest the Air Force.
The Air Force took the attitude, well, the airplane's been proven, and why should we spend money to train another civilian test pilot when we have our own pilots who will be eventually flying the aircraft anyway. I have never flown supersonic, and I would like to fly in the Concorde, but I have an objection to paying such a high fare to ride as a passenger.
Some say Slick Goodland could have been the first to fly supersonic, but that wasn't to be. He'd shown the X-1 was capable, but another would be the first. Eager to see results with the X-1, the Air Force selected a 24-year-old fighter pilot, Captain Charles "Chuck" Yeager.
There were a lot of pilots around who had exceptional flying skills like he did, but it was his concern and interest in trying to know and learn everything about the airplane he could prior to flying it, so that he could thoroughly evaluate it and so that he wouldn't run into any surprises.
Chief of the Flight Test Center, Colonel Al Boyd, had chosen Yeager because of his strong maintenance background. The Air Force would fly the first X-1, which was deemed the faster of the two, pushing this aircraft to the limits as quickly and safely as possible. The NACA, or National Advisory Committee on Aeronautics, would fill in the data gaps with the other X-1. For additional speed, the Air Force X-1 was fitted with thinner wings. The project was very much a team effort. Retired General, then Major Bob Cardenas, was the officer in charge and flew the B-29 launch plane.
Dick Frost and Jackie, they were the two scientific geniuses on the project. I just tried to keep things operating, and Chuck stuck his neck out flying it, and then Bob Hoover hung around the edges waiting to see if maybe he'd get the chance to fly it if anything happened to Chuck.
The team was a blend of youth, courage, and know-how, complementing Yeager's natural ability.
Now, he didn't have an aeronautical engineering degree, but Jackie Ridley did. Jackie Ridley and Chuck Yeager were mentally, mind to mind, they communicated very well. Jackie could explain things to Chuck that other people may not have been able to explain.
As the Air Force completed their first flights, the NACA was preparing its own. Scott Crossfield was one of their X-1 pilots.
There was an awful lot of design room data that the companies wanted. In fact, there would be people waiting for the raw data to come out of those flights so they could go back and apply it to detailed design. It wasn't the gross proof of can we do it or not. It was really the nuts and bolts work of experimental flight tests to gather the data so that there were no catch-22s in there that might affect designs later on.
Jam-packed with propellants, the X-1 held 293 gallons of diluted alcohol and 311 gallons of intensely cold liquid oxygen. The LOX, as it was called, acted as the air supply to keep the alcohol burning. These quantities gave the X-1 an endurance of around 5 minutes. The volatile propellants were handled with great caution. Even so, a ground fuel accident during preparations for the first powered flight of the third X-1 destroyed the research aircraft and its mothership. Built to outperform the first two X-1s with a more advanced turbo fuel pump, greater fuel capacity, and a very thin wing, the third X-1 only completed one unpowered glide flight before its untimely destruction. Mounting a two-pronged NACA Air Force assault on the sound barrier called for a great deal of cooperation. The NACA would examine and flesh out the spectrum of new data from the Air Force's accelerated test program. The X-1 became a way of validating new laboratory methods. It provided a real-world comparison, proof that the new test methods were on the right track.
One thing with aeronautics, we never get in trouble for what we know. It's what we didn't know and didn't anticipate that catches us napping, and that was just filling out all the voids.
Although the X-1 was loaded with test and recording apparatus allowing detailed evaluation of each flight, this kind of equipment was in its infancy. Consequently, a great deal of emphasis was still placed on the pilot's observations. The Air Force team was drawing closer to Mach 1. Yeager, in his 8th flight, had reached .997 Mach. However, at this point, the X-1 suffered severe buffeting and a strange loss of control. Ridley came up with a brilliant idea. He theorized that the X-1's adjustable tail held the answer. Shockwaves moved back along the aircraft the faster it went, eventually disabling the horizontal tail surfaces. Jack Ridley, arguing against expert opinion, believed the use of the moving tail was the key to supersonic flight.
I told Jackie, I said, Jackie, you better be right. I said, you know, if they're right and you're wrong, Chuck's going to be the lucky guy. He's going to be dead. You and I are going to be perennial majors up in Thule, Greenland for the next 30 years. He said, no. He said, they don't understand. I think we can do it. I said, okay, Chuck, it's your neck. Jackie and I could be punished, but facetiously I said you would be the lucky one. How do you feel? And he said, well, if Jackie says I can do it, I can do it.
Yeager's confidence lay in a thorough knowledge of the aircraft and the certainty that Ridley had given him the answer to control problems. Bell had anticipated such problems, providing a heavy-duty control yoke for maximum leverage. If Ridley was right, such measures wouldn't be called for. But if he was wrong, it could mean tragedy. These lonely ruins a few miles from Edwards are all that's left to Poncho's place, a popular spot for the men on the base. Poncho Barnes herself was a respected aviator, so she could understand the young test pilots like Yeager, who, along with others, treated her as an equal.
Her ranch, or the Happy Bottom Riding Club, was a good country bar. She really had a big cattle, alfalfa, and hog ranch there. Poncho herself was a very unique and marvelous human being. And she could shoot and ride and fly and cuss with the best men in the world, and yet she could serve tea and organdy and lace.
After an evening at Poncho's ranch, Yeager went for a ride in the desert. In the dark, he was thrown by his horse. With 2 broken ribs and in great pain, Yeager feared he'd be deemed unfit for the mission, so he kept it quiet, telling only his friend Jack Ridley. This accident could put the flight in jeopardy. Racked with pain on the morning of October 14, 1947, Yeager doubted he could even close the X-1's hatch.
With these broken ribs, that he couldn't reach and pull the door shut because of the pain that he would be suffering. He needed some kind of leverage to be able to pull this lockdown on the door, if you will. And so Ridley got a broom handle and cut it off, length of broom handle, about maybe 12, 14 inches. And with that, Yeager was able to insert that in the latch and get the leverage he needed to pull the lock down.
At 10 a.m., the B-29 lumbered down the main Muroc strip, and Bob Cardenas started his 20-minute climb to the 20,000-foot launch altitude. The B-29 carrying the fuel-laden X-1 strained for every foot of altitude. About midway through the slow climb, Yeager made his way into the B-29's cold bomb bay. To the right was a small manual elevator. With a bit of persuasion, the elevator was lowered, and Yeager, nursing two broken ribs, bent over and squeezed in through the tight hatchway. Ridley's practical suggestion of the broomstick worked perfectly. The mothership soon reached launch altitude.
When the time came in position, I put power up, plane down, trying to attain the highest possible speed that I could. Chuck always complains I dropped him too slow, but the damn thing was shaking. And so I started my countdown, and I went 10, 9, 8, and I always missed 4 or 5. 3, 2, 1, drop.
As soon as he fell clear, Yeager ignited 2 chambers. The X-1 climbed away to 40,000 feet for the speed run. As the rocket gulped the propellants, it became lighter and lighter, helping it go faster and faster. This cockpit footage of an X-1 flight shows the rocket's acceleration. The ignition switch is thrown, and the Mach meter needle can be seen climbing rapidly. Below, the ground crew waited for some sign that the barrier was no more. Yeager tests Jack Ridley's new control system, and it works. At 42,000 feet and 0.92 Mach, he ignites the third rocket, searching for the hole in the wall.
We heard on the radio that he was hanging up at below 1, and then suddenly the needle just chopped, and he said it. Of course, we heard it on the radio from the station, the telemetry station. Called us, and I think he's through.
He was through. Yeager had experienced no violent buffeting or other indication that he'd passed a milestone, only the simple jump of the Mach meter needle. He remained supersonic for 20 seconds, and control had been maintained.
Poor old Chuck, he was out there in the middle of the lake. He was standing on the wing while they towed him back. And there wasn't the usual hoopla that there was, with the media and whatnot, because we'd been under wraps to keep this quiet, secret. Jackie and Chuck and I and Hoover and whatnot, we went down into Hollywood, had a drink or two.
The X-1 team had made history. Bell, the NACA, and the Air Force received the 1947 Collier Trophy.
No, it was just a good group. It was a good gathering where somebody threw the right people together for the right thing, and it all worked.
Yeager named the Bell X-1 Glamorous Glennis after his wife. It was to go on to achieve many other firsts during its 78 flights. This was its one and only ground takeoff. Even in these low altitudes, only partially full of propellants, the X-1 easily went supersonic. The X-1 was to push the envelope to 1.45 Mach and fly beyond 71,000 feet, proving that there was no sound barrier, no impenetrable wall. Its success laid the groundwork for a whole line of X-planes. Effectively, it was the first step toward the sky. In crossing the threshold of supersonic flight, the Bell X-1 proved indeed that the sky was the limit. The aircraft started to gently roll to the left. Yeager corrected, and the aircraft snapped violently and started to tumble out of control. The X-1, the first aircraft to fly faster than sound and open the door to supersonic flight. Its successes leading to a second generation. This new breed would explore far beyond the wall reached by its predecessor. A larger fuselage allowed bigger fuel tanks for greater powered flight time. The second generation X-1 would fly higher and faster, utilizing the same XLR-11 rocket motor. With cockpit and canopy improved, this X-1 hybrid was to make history in many ways. The first to be delivered by Bell was the X-1D. It was earmarked for research into heat transfer. As aircraft got faster, the surface temperatures rose. During the climb to launch altitude for its first powered run, Air Force test pilot Pete Everest noticed something.
Well, I felt the thing explode, and you get a bang, you say that's not normal, and you may have a short longevity of life.
Everest jettisoning fuel worried a spark may start a fire that could consume the mothership.
So I was apprehensive, obviously, and I got out of the cockpit and ran up forward, and I was more worried about the crew of the B-50 than I was about my own particular circumstances, so we jettisoned it. And we just watched it float on down and hit and crashed, blew up on the desert floor.
With the loss of the X-1D on August 22, 1951, the Air Force would have to wait 2 years to test another second-generation X-1. By far the most adventurous of the second generation was the Bell X-1A. It was given similar, very thin wings and the same motor with a new turbo pump. But unlike the X-1, it had a serious rival. The Douglas D-558 Skyrocket was part of a joint National Advisory Committee on Aerodynamics and Navy research program. Its sleek, swept wings derived much from captured German aerodynamic research. Although designed for a conventional ground takeoff, the Skyrocket adopted the same air launch system pioneered by the X-1 program. A ground takeoff with tanks full of highly explosive fuels was potentially dangerous. Furthermore, sufficient quantities could not be carried to give adequate endurance. From the ground, it could barely pass Mach 1. With an air launch, it could do much better. Originally designed to be turbojet-powered, the No. 2 Skyrocket was extensively modified and fitted with a 4-chamber XLR-8 rocket motor. Internal space, left by the removal of the jet, was taken up by the Hungry rocket's propellant tanks and research instruments. What little space remained was the pilots. A hard aircraft to get into, designers had attempted to tackle the problems of getting out in a hurry. NACA Skyrocket test pilot Scott Crossfield.
I used to describe it as if you tried to escape from a Skyrocket, it's like committing suicide to keep from getting killed. It had a jettisonable nose, as did the Sky Streak and the X-2. It was typical of those days is that they never really had, under the pressure of money and time, the opportunity to develop into a system that would really save the pilot's life. Many of us were against encapsulated systems anyway, because that's really just like another airplane. And if it's so damn good, you ought to fly it and throw the airplane away, you know.
November 20th, 1953, Crossfield, piloting the skyrocket, was first to fly beyond Mach 2.
So I thought it'd be kind of fun to see if we could take this old goat that really wasn't designed to fly over about 1.6 and push it to Mach 2. And so we made a pretty strong effort to do that and succeeded. And it went to about 0.201 or something like this, just barely in excess. In fact, Charlie Yeager claims to be the first to have exceeded Mach 2. Crossfield only got 2 Mach 2. You know, he makes that fine distinction.
Fine distinction or not, Crossfield had attained a maximum speed of 1,291 miles per hour, the absolute peak of the aircraft's performance. Crossfield had stolen the Air Force and Yeager's thunder. The skyrocket had come from nowhere and snatched the Mach 2 prize from the X-1A.
We were working in totally different arenas, so that it's like saying a basketball player is a rival for a football player. It was there and a thing to do, and it was a little bit. A couple weeks after that, they went considerably in excess of Mach 2 with that airplane. So, yeah, they made a rivalry out of it, and we were kind of tickled to be first, and had a special effort to do it. Probably we wouldn't have been able to do that, except that they knew that airplane would never go Mach 2, and frankly, it never should have. It was right out at its absolute limit, and I was very lucky in being able to fly the flight plan that had a very thin point on it, and so it worked.
The skyrocket added much to our knowledge of the swept wing, now the standard for modern supersonic aircraft. Over Hiroshima, the Boeing B-29 heralded the atomic age, but its association with the early X-planes had a more peaceful role. All 140,000 pounds of B-29 was lifted clear of the tarmac by huge hydraulic jacks. The X-1A was then precisely positioned under the giant. The B-29's bomb bay dimensions limited any increase in fuselage size to a maximum of 4.5 feet longer than the original X-1. In a way, the X-plane had been tailored to fit. With alignment complete, the B-29 was carefully lowered. The bomber's fuselage had been cut to accommodate the tail assembly. The X-1A was finally hoisted snugly up into position. Weighing in at over 8 tons, it was held by a standard heavy bomb shackle. With the loading procedure complete, the B-29 would be towed to the X-plane refueling area across the taxi ramp. The XLR-11 rocket engine needed 2 propellants, liquid oxygen and a water-alcohol mixture. The super-cold LOX fed the combustion process with oxygen. The aircraft's 500-gallon LOX tank was very slowly filled in order to gradually cool down the fuselage and avoid thermal shock. At about 300 degrees below zero, it froze any condensation on the skin, causing a thin blanket of ice to form. The diluted alcohol was pumped into a separate tank. The engine could gulp down over 1,000 gallons of propellants in 5 minutes. Chuck Yeager flew the X-1A only 4 times. With every flight, he exceeded Mach 1, each flight faster than the previous. The day before Yeager's first flight, Scott Crossfield flew past Mach 2. On his final X-1A flight in December 1953, Yeager would leave Mach 2 far behind and just barely return from the edge of tragedy. For the B-29 carrying the X-1A, the long strip at Edwards was a necessity. The minimal clearance made takeoff a subtle maneuver. About midway through the long climb, Yeager would enter the X-1A cockpit. Unlike the problematic side hatch on the X-1, there was now a revised canopy and cockpit. Throughout the flight, instruments would measure and transmit data on position of control surfaces, air pressure, direction, altitude, and airspeed. Detectors even recorded the forces that the pilot applied on the cockpit controls. These were early days for such technology, and the equipment tended to be bulky valve-type systems. But for the early 1950s, it was state-of-the-art.
Start to count down slowly. Okay, starting the countdown, starting from 5 down to 0. 5.
As the B-29 reached the launch altitude, it was nosed over into a shallow dive to pick up a little more airspeed for the drop. The mothership's pilot ran through his countdown as Yeager readied for release, packed tight in the X-plane cockpit. After the drop, Yeager climbed towards 70,000 feet where he would make his run. The rocket would reach thrusts equal to 30,000 horsepower. The X-1A leveled out and began to accelerate rapidly, streaking past Mach 2 in a matter of seconds. Yeager was again the fastest man alive. As the X-1A passed through Mach 2.4, the aircraft started to gently roll to the left. Yeager corrected, and the aircraft snapped violently and started to tumble out of control. Yeager was tossed about the cockpit, riding the wild X-1A down through 36,000 feet. His helmet hit and cracked the canopy, knocking Yeager into a state of semi-consciousness.
I can't say much more because it's so much.
As the aircraft hit the denser atmosphere at 35,000 feet, it stabilized. A groggy Yeager saw his chance and grabbed it. He'd ridden on the back of the Tiger and won.
I'll land a little long ground, Chuck. I appreciate you get up there and get this thing off. I've heard.
He managed somehow, after tumbling about 40,000 feet, to find himself in an inverted spin. And this was something he knew he could get out of. He pulled himself out of the spin and again, somehow managed to recover to level flight and make a safe landing on Rogers Dry Lake. When he got back on the ground, however, he kind of let it be known that if the X-1A had had an ejection seat, he and the X-1A would most surely have parted company. There was no way out of the airplane, so he had to save it to save his life.
Moments before his wild ride, Yeager had pushed the X-1A to Mach 2.44. However, this flight would not be remembered for its speed, but the serious stability problems encountered at higher Mach numbers. After setting an altitude record of over 90,000 feet, the X-1A was handed over to the NACA, but it never flew past Mach 2 again. Yeager's wild ride also pointed to the need for adequate escape systems. Bell installed an ejection seat, but the X-1A would only fly once more. After a mid-air explosion echoing the fate of the X-1D, it was jettisoned, falling to the desert floor below. The third member of the X-1's second generation, the X-1B, was ferried by its B-29 mothership from the Bell Aircraft Plant in upstate New York to Edwards in June of 1954. It was slated for pilot familiarization flights before being turned over to the NACA. Air Force pilot Pete Everest was to fly the upcoming X-2, his flights in the X-1B preparing him for the task. On the 2nd of December 1954, Everest flew it out to Mach 2.3, its highest speed. His natural instinct told him it could go no further.
As you got to the higher Mach numbers and you started getting into compressibility, then your controls became ineffective. You got shock patterns going over it. And your direction control, because you had the small rudder, also became ineffective, so you started kind of whooshing back and forth. And you knew you were approaching probably the max envelope that you could get to in that airplane. And so once you get there, there's not much sense of trying to go any further because you're going to lose control and it could be dangerous.
The X-1B completed 27 flights, almost double that of the X-1A. Beyond its major research province of stability and control, the X-1B delved into the world of high-speed thermal effects, a great help in preparations for the X-2 project. On its 3 final missions, it flew with an early reaction control system. Used at very high altitudes to fly aircraft in the thin atmosphere, this system acted as a base in understanding control in space. This strange beast is the Iron Cross, employed during the late 50s to simulate the use of reaction control for the X-15 pilots. In a concept pioneered by the X-1B, high-pressure jets of gas are used to nudge the Cross up and down and side to side. After testing in the X-1B, the reaction control system was installed in the Lockheed NF-104A. With a 6,000-pound thrust rocket mounted in the tail that burned a hydrogen peroxide mixture, the 104 would climb to over 115,000 feet to test the system. Here, with little atmosphere, normal flight controls were of no use. Only the blasts of the hydrogen peroxide thrusters in the nose and wingtips could maneuver the aircraft. The X-1B's final flight in 1958 involved testing of the reaction thrusters. Its pilot would find this experience useful. His name, Neil Armstrong. The X-1B is now on display at the U.S. Air Force Museum in Ohio. The story of the last X-1 aircraft began in 1945, because the final X-1 was actually the second of the original 3. This aircraft, number 6063, was delivered to Muroc in 1946 and was the first X-1 to fly under power, reaching 0.75 Mach. The first X-1 went on to make the initial supersonic flight, while the NACA took control of the second X-1 to back up the Accelerated Air Force program. Although traditionally viewed as the lower performance aircraft of the two, in another incarnation it would finally outperform its famous stablemate. For its new lease on life, it was renamed the X-1E. NACA test pilot Joe Walker flew the X-1E for 21 of its 26 flights. His first flight was on December 12, 1955. It had undergone significant modifications to give the aircraft greater performance, endurance. A new canopy and cockpit layout was deemed essential after problems with the original setup. As a concession to pilot safety, provisions for a rocket-propelled ejection seat were included. The new wing was incredibly thin, dimensionally half as thick as the wing of the original X-1. The propellant pump system was also upgraded, making the X-1E virtually a new aircraft. Originally, this aircraft was to be retired in 1951, but the loss of the third X-1 and the X-1D in quick succession left the NACA with no flyable X-1s. By mid-1955, most of the modifications were complete, and by November, it was ready for another life of flight testing. The X-1E's rocket engine, Black Betsy as it was nicknamed, was the same power plant that pushed the first X-1 into history. The higher performance of the X-1E proved the engine had much greater potential. The tests also did much to prove the benefits of very thin wings at high speed. Joe Walker chalked up its fastest flight, Mach 2.24, 1,478 miles per hour. This represented almost double the performance of the aircraft in its original configuration. The X-1E, as the final flying example of the X-1 family, honors the original design. An airframe that was pushed to its limit, but survived over 12 long years at the forefront of experimental research. As a tribute, the X-1E now stands as the gate guard at the NASA Dryden facility. Its final flight on the 6th of November 1958 saw the end of a family of supersonic aircraft that have had a profound effect on the history of aviation. Moving slowly into the strong desert light, this beautiful swept-wing X-plane was to enter a flight environment of extremes. The Bell X-2 was to be the first to enter the mysterious thermal thicket. Here, at 2.5 times the speed of sound, friction with the air causes extraordinary temperature increases. But with all its accomplishments, the aircraft seemed plagued by setbacks, technological and other more tragic events continually besetting the project. Originally begun in September 1945, it wasn't until 8 years later, on June 27, 1952, that the X-2, still without an engine, completed its first glide flight at Edwards Air Force Base in the Mojave Desert. Test pilot Gene "Skip" Yeager was at the controls as it was carried aloft by a B-50 Super Fortress. The flying characteristics were found to be quite satisfactory as Yeager glided the X-2 down from 31,600 feet. It was only on landing that a problem occurred, one that would plague the project during many of its initial flights. At touchdown on the dry lake, the nose wheel collapsed, damaging the aircraft and delaying the program for another 2 months. Delivery of the Curtiss-Wright XLR-25 rocket engine caused another major delay. A complex liquid cooling system and a facility to allow the 2-chamber power plant to be fully throttleable proved so complex that thoughts turned to cancellation, not only of the engine project, but the X-2 itself. Development of new technology such as stainless steel construction and an escape capsule where the aircraft's nose was blown free of the fuselage added to delays. The flight schedule was now 3 years behind. Finally, in early 1953, almost 8 years after the project had begun, an engine was completed and installed in the second of only 2 X-2s built. But the problems that plagued the X-2 project were far from over. This particular plane would never realize powered flight with its long-awaited engine. In a captive flight over Lake Ontario, a mysterious explosion occurred. The X-2 fell 30,000 feet and plunged into the lake. Pilot Gene Yeager and observer Frank Wolko were tragically lost. Years later, it was discovered that the explosion's cause was a fuel reaction with the sealing gasket. By 1954, the only remaining X-2, a rare bird indeed, was complete with rocket engine and ready to fly its test program. The Curtiss-Wright XLR-25 engine had a thrust rating from its 2 chambers of 15,000 pounds and could sustain that output for just under 3 minutes. The fuel feeding the hungry system was a combination of water and alcohol. Liquid oxygen at almost 300 degrees below zero acted as the oxidizer to feed the powerful combustion process. Air Force test pilot Colonel Frank Pete Everest, veteran of many of the early X programs, was to fly 13 of the 20 test flights that made up the X-2 project. On the 15th of August 1954, he completed the remaining X-2's first glide flight. The aircraft performed well until it touched down, violently skidding from side to side, the wingtips ripping into the lake bed.
You're not worried so much about ground looping on the lake bed because you got all that room out there, but you're worrying about it starting to tumble from wing to wing and wrapping it up that way.
This problem repeated itself on the second and third glide tests, so the Air Force demanded that Bell solve this recurring problem.
for that particular specification, they had to extend the shock absorber for the main skid, which made the main skid extend down pretty far below the airplane. Well, as we landed, the skid caused the airplane to be so high that you would lose lateral control and directional control, and I ground looped it a few times because I couldn't maintain control. And so after reviewing all the landings that we made in the X2, it was determined that we were sliding in very gently and we didn't need to meet that spec. So we changed the stroke on the main skid, reduced it drastically, which reduced, you might say, our vertical CG. And after that, we landed very safely, and it worked out pretty good.
The first powered flight of the X2 program finally took place on November 11, 1955, with Pete Everest in the cockpit. The aircraft pushed effortlessly to just below Mach 1 at 32,000 feet. Only a small internal engine fire marred an otherwise perfect flight. 10 years after its inception, the X2 was set to explore unheard-of speeds and altitudes. Preparations for a mission into the thermal thicket were complex and detailed. The X2 was treated like a large piece of scientific apparatus, which is what it effectively was. Test pilot Pete Everest was equipped with a pressure suit, which was, by all accounts, a necessary but uncomfortable lifesaver.
The partial pressure suit was more like a torture chamber. Of course, the full pressure suits these days are very comfortable compared to what we had to put up with in those days. It just contains you. Now, you have a helmet that's pressurized, and it's attached here to keep it, of course, from coming off your head, and then you have pressure breathing. And the partial pressure suit has capstans, so down its arms, down the back, down its legs. So obviously at the higher altitudes, your body would expand very rapidly, but as soon as the valve is activated to pressurize the suit, all these capstans immediately blow up and contain your body parts to keep them from expanding and you keep your blood from boiling and get nitrogen in your system. And it worked pretty good, except to have to wear it like the astronauts did on their long missions, it would be practically impossible, very uncomfortable.
For takeoff and the hour-long climb to the predetermined launch point at around 30,000 feet, the X-2 pilot sat in the old bombardier's position in the extreme nose of the aircraft. The positioning of the mid-air launch was crucial to the mission's success. The B-50 would be straining at the limits of its own speed range to give the rocket plane the optimum send-off. When the pilot entered the X-2, it was tightly packed with test equipment and fuel, leaving little consideration for creature comforts.
The cockpit was very tiny, and as a matter of fact, you sit on the floor and your feet are on rudder bars. You didn't need brakes because you're on a skid. And they had miniaturized instruments. They had a real tiny instrument panel. And your crash helmet, or pressure helmet, would touch the sides of the canopy. It was so tiny. So you're very restricted in there. But the visibility was better because you were glassed in. You could see a lot better.
After completing a cockpit instrument check, the X-2 was ready to be launched. At 30,000 feet, straining for every ounce of speed, the big B-50 was nosed over in a shallow dive.
Fitz says, we're getting altitude, and we're getting ready to turn to make our final. Are you ready? I finished running through my checklist. Let's go, Fitz. And he bent it over and get up to speed and then start his countdown. 10, 9, 8, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, drop. Boom, and off they go.
The rocket engine kicked in, and the X-2 shot out in front like a bullet, climbing rapidly. A ground telemetry station tracked the X-2 closely throughout the flight. As it climbed, it passed Mach 2, onwards to Mach 2.5, where the tremendous friction generated by high-speed airflow would greatly increase the surface temperature of the aircraft. As the exhilarating speed and altitude mounted, it was important that the test pilot remain calm. To achieve maximum performance, the parameters of angle and rate of climb calculated precisely before the mission had to be followed closely. As the fuel was exhausted, the rocket died. The X-2 had reached its maximum Mach number.
I flew a pretty good mission, and I got to 8.7, and I thought I'd hit Mach 3, at least my Mach meter in my cockpit indicated Mach 3. So I thought I had a good flight, and came back down, and then as I extrapolated and worked up the engineering, it was only 2.87 or something like that. But I wasn't too disappointed.
On his final flight, Everest had stretched the speed record to an incredible 1,900 miles per hour and flown to an altitude of 68,000 feet. Pete Everest was now the fastest man alive. During landing, the chase aircraft would talk the pilot down. Nothing was left to chance. This was the only X-2 left. At Mach 2.87, Everest had truly entered the thermal thicket.
The airplane was painted white, and we had all kinds of different colored paints on it, which would theoretically melt at the various temperatures that you would go through. And they're trying to predict the heat that was generated from those flights.
The physical evidence of the tremendous exterior temperature was apparent. Paint surfaces were left burnt and blistered, leading edges and any protruding parts heavily scorched. But the use of stainless steel and copper-nickel alloys in its construction had stood up to the task. Data from these flights would pave the way to developing heat protection for future space exploration re-entry. The X-2 proved king of the mountain again when Captain Ivan Kinchlow took over the project as primary pilot. On the 7th of September 1956, the X-2 reached a record altitude of 125,907 feet. During the flight, Kinchlow experienced weightlessness and saw the blue-black sky and curvature of the Earth, noted by many astronauts to follow. The popular press dubbed Kinchlow the first of the spacemen. Home life usually revolved around Edwards. Test pilots like Pete Everest brought his kids up near the base. A native West Virginian, a stranger to the hot, dry desert conditions, he soon learned that the desert offers a subtle, enticing beauty. And on retiring from the Air Force as a brigadier general, he went to live in Tucson, Arizona. This well-cared-for old Model A Ford has an interesting place in Edwards' base folklore.
We call them our desert cars. In those days, of course, we couldn't afford to have a good second-hand car like we can these days. But my Model A that I had was handed down. The first owner was Joe Wolf, who was killed in the B-47 at Edwards. Chuck Yeager then took it over, and when Chuck got transferred, he gave it to me. And when I got transferred, I gave it to Bob White, the famous X-15 pilot who worked for me. And the theory was that you would hand it down from test pilot to test pilot in as good a shape or better than when you got it. Bob White broke that chain, so everybody's mad at him. And at Edwards, I think we had 27 Model A's. And we'd use them around the base and go down to shoot skeet or go down to hunt ducks.
Life seemed fairly relaxed as depicted in this Bell publicity film. But in reality, every mission the test pilot of a purely experimental aircraft flew put him in danger. The stresses of being a test pilot's wife were tremendous. But most of the women toughed it out and didn't let it show. But there was always the thought that he may not return. Pete had to deal with these unpleasant situations many times as chief test pilot.
Here come this caravan up to the home with 2 or 3 staff cars. And if the wife saw us coming, it depends on who the individual was. Most of them were pretty tough gals, and they were prepared if something like that happened. And we walk in, and they knew when you walked in what was going to happen. And the doctor was there in case she fainted or needed to be calmed down, and their friends were there to look after her. And I was there to give the official word, I guess, and the chaplain was there in case she wanted some help from him. But I had to do that about 11 times, and I didn't care for it much at all. It's the hard part.
When Pete Everest left Edwards in 1956, Captain Ivan Kinchlow and Mel Abt took over the project. A goal was set to extract as much performance from the X-2 as possible before the Air Force had to hand it over to the National Advisory Committee on Aeronautics. Abt was given free hand to see what he could achieve, even though he'd never flown this or any other rocket-powered aircraft before. Fitz Fulton was the pilot of the B-50 launch plane on that day.
He flew the airplane so well, and he was very efficiently got to high speed, and he got to faster speed than anybody else had before, and I'm sure that part of it was due to the fact that he flew such a good profile. And then, of course, once his engine burned out and he started to turn back to the field, he encountered stability at that high speed, which had never been flown at before.
Mel Abt's flight had gone perfectly. He'd stuck exactly to the flight profile that had been calculated for optimum performance. At full thrust, the Mach meter climbed rapidly. At 43,000 feet, the X-2 was supersonic. At the maximum altitude of 72,000 feet, it passed an historical milestone, Mach 3, 3 times the speed of sound. For a brief moment, Mel Abt was the fastest man alive.
And I think he thought, well, I better turn this thing around fast and get back. But Lord, you're up high altitude and the airplane flies like a glider. And I think he just tried to turn too soon and got into a spin.
The X-2 fell rapidly out of control. Abt struggled to counteract the massive forces and right the aircraft, but to no avail. In a final desperate attempt to escape, he reached for the T-handle that would blast the nose section capsule free of the tumbling aircraft.
Well, he was inverted. And so I think that when he blew the nose off, he couldn't get it out of the inverted spin, that he was subjected to 15 negative G. And of course, your head's right against the cockpit canopy anyway, and I think I knocked him out. And from talking to Kinchlow and other people later, he was coming down in the nose cone, and Team 2 knocked the canopy off and was climbing out when he hit the ground.
This working scale model made for the crash investigation demonstrates the kind of high-speed design problem Abt had encountered.
We in the B-50 were the first to spot the main wreckage, which was located east of the base, probably 20, 25 miles alongside of I believe it's Highway 58, which runs north and south there. And it was just east of the highway. We could see the wreckage. Mel Abt, of course, did not get out of the escape capsule, so when we found it, we just found the capsule with him still in it. Some people on the ground had already spotted it, but we had not had anybody call it in by radio prior to that time, so we reported it to the ground stations, and that's where it was.
The X-2 escape capsule was found about 5 miles east of the main fuselage. Estimates from the massive structural damage showed that the escape capsule hit the ground at about 120 miles per hour. Abt had no chance. The main section of the aircraft had come down, ripping a channel in the desert floor. The X-2 project was over. It lay in twisted pieces across the parched earth. The X-2 will be remembered as the first aircraft to tackle the unknowns of the thermal thicket. In history, and to his friends, Mel Abt, too, will always be remembered.
When you lose a friend like that, it's an emotional thing to everybody involved. we had lost a number of people over the years in the flight test business at Edwards, but it doesn't make it any easier. Each one is a real tragedy, and Mel App was a close friend, and I think looking at it from a hindsight standpoint, it's almost a double tragedy, because the fact that he flew such a good profile really led to his death, and yet nobody else had anticipated that this kind of instability might be a problem on the airplane.
Mel App's final flight contributed much to the understanding of inertia coupling, a then mysterious control problem. These findings allow today's pilots to fly safely at very high speeds. Man can now enter the scorching hell of the thermal thicket and return. Sheathed in titanium, the X-3 Stiletto introduces a new chapter in aircraft design. Later, the Convair Sea Dart becomes the first seaplane to go faster than the speed of sound. These and other X-planes test the bounds of aviation, taking flight design into a new era. Not all of the X-planes have been spectacular successes. In fact, many never broke any barriers or records. This is the sleek Douglas X-3 Stiletto, flown in the early 1950s. The Stiletto was built to explore high-speed aerodynamics at 2 times the speed of sound, but because of power plant deficiencies, it barely entered supersonic flight. For high-speed research, it was arguably a failure. But the X-3 did contribute to our overall understanding of aerodynamics. Test pilot Scott Crossfield.
You do research to find answers, and really you don't necessarily do it to get those answers to come out the way you want. You just want to know what nature's trying to tell you with its physics.
X is for experimental. And many experimental aircraft have explored new shapes and concepts that didn't quite succeed, but nevertheless taught us much. During World War II, German designers developed the rocket-powered Me-163 Comet. It had swept-back wings and no horizontal tail. This tailless configuration had advantages at very high speeds. The Comet was the fastest aircraft of World War II.
Every generation of aerodynamicists since the Wright brothers has tried to make a tailless airplane. The drive is that they could be very efficient if you could get the stability and handling qualities.
The DH-108 Swallow was built by the British de Havilland Company after the war. Designed to explore the tailless configuration, the Swallow project suffered tragic losses traced back to control and stability problems at high speeds. In fact, 3 Swallows were lost, putting a black mark against the tailless design. Another tailless research aircraft was the Armstrong-Whitworth AW-52, which first flew in November 1947. Many designers of the time felt certain that this low-drag shape would dominate the future, and that any unsolved problems could be overcome. An even purer form of tailless aircraft was the Northrop YB-49 Flying Wing. Jack Northrop pursued the idea for many years. In 1946, Northrop was given a contract to build a tailless X-plane, the X-4 Bantam. The tiny X-4 was one of the Air Force's smallest aircraft. 2 Westinghouse turbojet engines were buried in the wings. Any space left was packed with fuel and research instrumentation, leaving little room for the pilot. Huge split flaps served both as landing flaps and dive brakes, The wings were lightweight magnesium, but the rest of the aircraft used more conventional materials that tended to suffer during high-speed maneuvers. Pete Everest flew for the Air Force.
We had a lot of trouble with fuel leaks and this sort of thing, and you pull G's away, you'd break some of the seals and cause fuel leaks, and they have to start filling up, put gook in to try to fill up the leaks. And I think when they finally finished, when NASA finished flying X-4, I think it was almost filled up with gook instead of, he couldn't get much gas in it.
The first of only 2 X-4s built had its maiden flight on December 16, 1948, flown by Northrop's Charles Tucker. It was the start of a test program of over 100 flights, spanning 5 years. The X-4 demonstrated good stability and control until it entered the higher speed ranges. There, pilots noted strange oscillations likened to a roller coaster ride. The X-4 had shown that to fly at these higher speeds, a tail was needed.
There's an old saw, you can't give a fighter pilot and an airplane enough tail, you know. And we needed the tail volume. We found out that just now all airplanes are pretty much shaped that way.
In 1953, the X-4 flights were finally halted by recurring fuel leaks. There were no major accidents, and both X-4s survive today. In the late 1980s, the Western Museum of Flight organized the restoration of one of the X-4s. Many Northrop employees helped out on the project. The restored X-plane was bound for permanent display at the Air Force Museum in Dayton, Ohio. The first man to fly the X-4, Charles Tucker, remembers how the X-4 seemed tailor-made for him.
It was a tiny airplane and I was a little fellow. They needed somebody about my size to fit, and apparently I had the qualifications. This was one of the first small airplanes to use the all-hydraulic control system, which you have to have to go fast these days. The human pilot can't handle the control forces.
It was a research success because it demonstrated what was at that time unknown about what the aerodynamics of a tailless airplane was at transonic speeds, and we learned what it was, and so as a result it was a success in that sense, but it told us that we ought to try other avenues to get good transonic airplanes, and we did.
The X-4 taught us that we'd have to find other ways to gain the benefits of the tailless configuration, and we have. Despite political controversy, the Northrop B-2 is a successful tailless aircraft. It overcomes the configuration's problems with synthetic stability provided by computers. This is the Convair XF-92A Dart, built to research the flying characteristics of the Delta wing. Test pilot Scott Crossfield flew the Dart on many occasions, including its final flight.
That was our first Delta, and really it was the one that filled out initially the data bank that's been used in France and Sweden and everywhere else in the world where they've leaned towards the Delta configuration, and it contributed a tremendous amount negatively that made us do positive things to correct the problems.
At the closing stages of World War II, the designer of the Me-163 Comet, Alexander Lippisch, explored other designs, testing a series of triangular wing shapes. After the war, Lippisch brought his designs to the U.S. and proved the Delta shape had many desirable high-speed qualities. The Convair company showed great interest in these studies and started their own test program. The direct descendant of Lippisch's work was the XF-92A Dart. Convair had given the little jet very thin wings to aid high-speed performance. The tail and wings swept back at an angle of 60 degrees. On September 18, 1948, the XF-92 chalked up the first flight of a true Delta wing aircraft. Many flights were to follow over the next 5 years. Convair, the Air Force, and the National Advisory Committee on Aeronautics, NACA, all put the dart through its paces in the skies over Edwards Air Force Base. The Delta Promise was a faster aircraft for less power because of the clean aerodynamic shape, a more maneuverable aircraft that performed better at supersonic speeds. The negatives were poor performance at low speeds, a strange tendency to pitch up during maneuvering, high-speed landings, and long, long takeoffs. Once in the air, the XF-92 required good piloting skills to push into the higher speed ranges. The violent pitching up happened during turns and could be quite a surprise to the uninitiated. Still, it seemed the Delta could be the shape of the future. The XF-92A was retired in October 1953. The 5-year research program had demonstrated many problems with the Delta, but it had also given designers a chance to solve them.
That was a very, very productive airplane, and we only really did a 25-hour research flight on it, a research program on it. And I flew most of that, and we learned an awful lot from the 92. I really what not to do, but it served its purpose in research.
Other Delta aircraft followed the XF-92, benefiting from its discoveries. This is the Convair Sea Dart. It was an experimental Delta wing fighter seaplane. First flown in April 1953, it took off from the water on retractable hydroskis. The Sea Dart was the first seaplane to exceed the speed of sound. Another Convair-built Delta wing experiment was the XF-Y-1 Pogo. The Delta shape seemed perfect for an aircraft designed to sit on its tail for a vertical takeoff. Powered by a turboprop, the Pogo made its first complete vertical takeoff and landing in November 1954.
We learned many ways with fences and devices to get the advantage of the swept wing, which is very good advantage transonically and low drag at low angles of attack supersonically. So the 92, even though it was not a good flying airplane, had very few good characteristics, taught us a lot of ways to develop that family, which became the 102, the 106, and a lot of the Swedish and French airplanes.
The F-102 Delta Dagger was the first in a long line of operational Delta aircraft from Convair. The XF-92 explored various ways to solve the violent pitch-up problem of the F-102. After other substantial redesign work, the F-102 was to go on to a distinguished combat career. Throughout its deployment in Southeast Asia, the 102 established a remarkable safety record. Only 15 aircraft were lost over a 7-year period. Even more recent developments have drawn on the XF-92A's Delta legacy.
I think probably the 92 started the database that became the Space Shuttle, for instance. It's essentially a Delta wing with some modifications.
As the shuttle's Delta shape glides towards a safe landing, one can understand the need for research aircraft to make the mistakes and forge the way for others to follow. Much was anticipated when the sleek X-3 Stiletto was first presented to the public in 1951. Test pilot Pete Everest flew the X-3 for the Air Force.
The X-3 was originally built to be the first turbo-powered airplane to go supersonic. Unfortunately, the engine that was supposed to go in it grew too big and wouldn't fit the engines, I should say. So they had to put a lower thrust rated engine in the little bird, which detracted from it drastically.
By the time it first flew in late 1952, it was apparent the X-3 would be disappointing. Originally designed to investigate sustained flight at Mach 2, Westinghouse's inability to provide the specified size and power-rated engines seemed a fatal stroke. But the decision was made to carry on with the X-3. Jay Miller, aviation historian.
What it became, in effect, was number one, a hangar queen, and number two, believe it or not, a structural and materials test bed more than an actual research aircraft.
Beyond performance problems, it proved a true pioneer. This hatch in the X-3's underside was quite novel.
The cockpit was enclosed from the top, and you got on the cockpit seat from the bottom, and then you had a little elevator that brought you back up into the cockpit. And then they closed the door underneath you. And of course, it was the first airplane with downward ejection.
This escape system was an attempt to avoid the high-set tail during a bailout. The designers had at one time included ideas of a jettisonable nose section. Evacuation on the ground could be through the removable cockpit side windows. The razor-thin wings, machined out of a single block of aluminum, spanned only 22 feet. The long nose contained 1,200 pounds of instrumentation. One of the X-3's most significant technological contributions was the use of titanium. It was light and strong with a high resistance to heat, but it had always proved difficult to work with. Douglas pioneered new practical ways of fabrication and construction with titanium that are still used today. A bonus of the X-3 program was its contribution to the development of new standards for aircraft tires.
We had to take off from the leg bed because it had such a long takeoff run. We had to strip all the tread off the tires because it would throw tread. And I think it lifted off at about 230 knots and took a long time to climb at altitude.
When it finally made it into the air, the X-3 must have been a great disappointment to the pilots. A great body, but what a shame about the engine.
Because it was so underpowered, it probably didn't provide too much data. Probably wasn't worth all the cost and the money used to get it airborne after it lost its larger engines.
But aesthetically, the X-3 stirred the imagination for what it might have been.
It looked pretty, yeah. It looked like a dagger ready to go.
The X-3 flew only 50 times. Its most important flight took place on October 27, 1954. Test pilot Joe Walker experienced an abrupt loss of control, and his attempt to correct it had the reverse effect. However, he finally did regain control. Bravely, he tried inducing the problem, and again found the same loss of control. Walker had by accident stumbled across the phenomenon called inertia coupling. The occurrence of this on a test plane packed full of precision recording instruments was a godsend. Joe Walker didn't try his luck a third time. This flight had inadvertently unlocked the door to the mystery that had claimed several new F-100 Super Sabres. To fly aircraft at supersonic speeds safely, this problem needed to be solved. The data from this flight made the once redundant X-3 invaluable, and inertia coupling less of a mystery.
Later on, I think an additional 20 flights were flown wherein he specifically went up in the X-3 and explored this phenomena. And from that data that was gathered during the course of these 20 additional flights, aerodynamicists began to get a grip on what the problem was.
Only one X-3 was built. It survived its flight test program and was retired after its final flight on May 23, 1956. The Douglas X-3 Stiletto is now on display at the U.S. Air Force Museum in Ohio. Although initially a disappointment, in the end it taught many vital lessons. All X-planes are by name experimental, their ultimate worth being that of a signpost, pointing to a better way. Inspired by a captured German aircraft of the Second World War, the X-5 pioneers the in-flight adjustable wing. Proving the concept works, the X-5 sets the stage for future designs. And it's with the F-111 and the F-14 Tomcat that the swing wing finally comes of age. The Bell X-5 flew during the early 50s, doing at the time what no other aircraft could. The X-5 could transform its shape from a straight wing to a sleek swept wing aircraft in mid-flight. But why would an aircraft need to perform such a metamorphosis? A swept-wing design like this XF-92 experimental aircraft performs well at high transonic and supersonic speeds, but at lower speeds it suffers reduced lift. So takeoff and landing speeds must be very high, making them difficult and dangerous. Although not efficient at high speeds, a straight wing has an advantage at lower speeds. It produces more lift, enabling the aircraft to take off and land at a slower, safer pace. During the final months of World War II, the Allies swept across Europe, discovering exciting new technology. Jet aircraft, data, plans, and personnel were taken back to the U.S. These were the fruits of war. Before capture, this Messerschmitt P-1101 with its ground-adjustable wings was used to test different wing sweep angles. In 1948, Bell Aircraft began development of a variable swept-wing aircraft with the P-1101 as the starting point. J. Miller, aviation historian.
With the P-1101, because it was a ground-adjustable system, there were essential elements missing. An example is that ground-adjustable variable sweep wings require no mechanical system in order to articulate those wings while the airplane is flying. So first and foremost, you have a weight element. This, in turn, is one of the things that helped dictate the size of the X-5. Again, aerodynamically, it was based on the P-1101, but those are the only similarities between the two airplanes.
Bell technicians put a great deal into developing the X-5's wing. It would delay the project for over a year. One complication was the fairing around the wing roots. Another problem, as the wings moved, they changed the aircraft's center of gravity.
There were three essential points with the X-5's design. Number one, the airplane was designed to accommodate a center of gravity changes as the wings swept forward and backward. Number two, they were designed to accommodate what are called center of pressure shifts, which are the end product really of airspeed and altitude. And then number three, the most difficult and complex part of all this was how to articulate these wings mechanically.
By early 1951, the wing sweep system was installed and the X-5 was complete, ready to fly like no other aircraft had flown, able to reap the benefits of straight and swept wings. X-5 test pilot Scott Crossfield.
The variable sweep wing is ideal because it's very fundamental that you want a straight high aspect ratio wing for the low speed end of the scale, and you want a highly swept wing for the high speed end of the scale. And of course that says, hey, you can't afford a low speed airplane, a high speed airplane, and so you swing the wings.
To counter shift in the center of gravity during sweepback, the wing root slid forward as the wing tip moved backward. It could sweep from 20 to 60 degrees in about 20 seconds. Disc brakes then locked the wings at the desired angle. The whole system was driven by electric motors, and although very complex, never really proved troublesome. The wings were amazing pieces of engineering, giving the X-5 many advantages, but at a cost. Pete Everest flew the X-5 for the Air Force.
Putting movable wings on an airplane is very expensive weight-wise. And obviously sophisticates the airplane and makes it hard to maintain.
An ejection seat added more weight, but was now the standard on all planned X-planes. Tests were carried out at Bell in early 1951. At around the same time, with the X-5 tied down on the Bell test ramp, the first engine run-ups began. For the test, the nose intake was screened to prevent ingestion of particles. These early runs showed an engine cooling problem, so the standard fire precautions were adhered to. The Bell-modified Allison J-35 turbojet could produce 4,900 pounds of thrust. After a series of static runs, structural tests, flight control tests, and more, the X-5 was ready for its first taxi trials. These were initiated in April 1951 at Bell's Wheatfield plant by test pilot Gene Skip Ziegler. The landing gear of the X-5 had been a major challenge. The placement of the engine, although efficient and easy to maintain, had complicated its design. The high-set canopy provided good visibility, and the cockpit, unlike most X-planes, was quite roomy. With the basic tests completed, the X-5 was to be sent to Edwards Air Force Base to begin its flight program. With wings and tail removed, the X-5 was carefully packed into a Fairchild C-119 flying boxcar for the long haul to Edwards. On June 9, 1951, the first X-5, packed snugly in the C-119's hold, flew out of the Bell plant in upstate New York, bound for Edwards, high in the Mojave Desert. The X-5's arrival marked the third X-plane to make Edwards its home. The Bell support team set about the reassembly process. Well crafted, it was an easy-to-assemble aircraft, much simpler than the early rocket-powered X-planes. Scott Crossfield recalls.
It was a good, useful airplane. Being a jet airplane and not very complicated, it was easy to get flying. A lot of the research airplanes were very difficult to get in the air because they were kind of handmade.
By the morning of June 20th, 1951, assembly, preliminary ground tests, and system checks had been completed. The X-5 was now ready for its first flight. The initial flights by Bell were to demonstrate to the Air Force and the National Advisory Committee on Aeronautics that the aircraft could fulfill the basic requirements of the contract. The perfect place to do that was at Edwards. The Edwards facility had grown since the early post-war days, and it was well on its way to becoming the premier flight research center in the U.S. Its attraction was the all-year-round flying weather, the isolation, and of course the perfectly flat 65-square-mile Rogers Dry Lake, the largest natural airstrip in the world. Chief pilot of Bell's flight research program, Gene Ziegler, would complete the evaluation flights. The X-5's high-speed takeoff run stretched across the vast dry lake. After 3 years of development, the X-5 was finally up and away. Its first flights were at low speed, and the wing sweep system wasn't operated. In the sky, the X-5 displayed characteristics that wouldn't exactly endear it to pilots.
It was a lousy flying airplane because it was a compromise of design where the thrust axis, the drag axis, and the principal axis weren't coincident, so anything you did gave it a lot of spooky dynamic motions, and we learned to fly around that.
The first in-flight wing sweep occurred during its fifth flight on July 27, 1951. It was only a partial sweep, but on the ninth flight, a full sweep was successfully executed. The X-5 was now the first aircraft to transform itself in flight into a completely different kind of plane. This central feature was a great bonus.
We couldn't afford to build an airplane with 10, 15, 20, 30 degrees of sweep, so we had a little cruder way of doing that by sweeping it in flight and getting comparative data over the entire sweep range up to 60 degrees.
During the X-5's pre-production, many doubted the worth of its unique abilities. There were many aircraft that had 20, 40, and 60-degree wing sweeps, and they'd already furnished mountains of data. So what could the X-5 provide that was new? Unlike conventional aircraft, the X-5 could be redesigned in mid-air. With subtle changes, aeronautical engineers could explore the optimum wing sweep angles for many different kinds of aircraft of the future. The beginning of the 50s saw unprecedented growth at Edwards. The Korean War was stimulating the expansion of the facility, which now boasted a population of around 5,000. Projects like the X-5 were an important part of a growing database demonstrating how to build better, safer, and more efficient aircraft. These were the golden years of flight research. Test pilots and aeronautical engineers looked on this barren, desolate expanse as fertile fields of new ideas and knowledge. Here was a group of brilliant technologists and courageous pilots, literally in the middle of nowhere, piecing together the shapes of aircraft to come. The National Advisory Committee on Aeronautics, or NACA, was the forerunner of today's NASA. Each X-plane was packed with NACA test equipment, and findings were disseminated to all fields of aviation research and development. The parched winds that blew across Rogers Dry Lake signaled the blustery winds of change. Air Force personnel only flew the X-5 8 times. The majority of the program was flown by NACA pilots. What was learned would benefit the military years later. But Bell hoped for more immediate results. They felt the unique X-5 deserved a place at the front line. This is the Bell Prime Mover, a motorized wheelbarrow. As the massive defense contracts dried up after the war, companies were forced to diversify. And 1946 saw one of the world's finest teams of aircraft engineers designing a wheelbarrow. Bell Aircraft was struggling to stay alive, and founder Larry Bell worked tirelessly to interest the defense agencies in initiating new production contracts. Bell's research and development on the helicopter eventually would pay off, but many other projects like the XB-77 were successful technologically, but finished up as dead ends. With aircraft like America's first jet, the P-59, Bell won fame for its advanced concepts. However, the P-59 only entered limited production. Other companies would win the big manufacturing contracts, benefiting from Bell's pioneering achievements. Bell hoped that the first supersonic aircraft, the X-1, could be developed into a high-speed interceptor. Designers struggled to include a conventional landing gear to make the idea more appealing. But the X-1 would only land a place in history. Behind all of these original aircraft was Bob Woods, Bell's maverick chief engineer, who in the 50s turned to the X-5 as the new hope.
In combination with the initial objectives of the P-1101 studies that were done in Germany, he became convinced that the X-5 in a production configuration would make a real good fighter, and one that offered, good low-speed handling characteristics as well as high performance. And as a result, he proposed an armed version of the X-5.
As far back as 1948, Woods had proposed several fighter versions of the X-5, which interested some high-ranking Air Force contacts. Apart from aircraft, the company produced a range of military hardware. A successful light fighter would contribute much to Bell's many production arms. But Woods' enthusiasm failed as the Air Force flew the X-5 and came across many problems. Overall, they found the X-5 too small to carry the required fuel and armaments. It would need major strengthening and aerodynamic redesign, a new ejection seat, and landing gear. The fuel tank that sat dangerously over the hot engine would have to be moved, and capacity doubled. In the end, they were talking about a whole new aircraft.
Obviously, the primary objective was to bring a contract to Bell and keep the company alive in this pretty tight post-war period. Fortunately or unfortunately, it depends on what side of the fence you stand on, the X-5 never got beyond the 2 prototype airplanes that were built.
But with its broad performance abilities, the X-5 did prove useful in another role.
The airplane was found to be reasonably dependable. It was reasonably easily maintained. And again, it was a docile airplane, relatively speaking, in a low-speed configuration. And because of the broad range or the span of its performance from low speed to relatively high speed, it made a pretty good chase airplane.
Overall, the little swing wing displayed fairly good flight characteristics. But the pilot had to beware of its one lethal trap.
The airplane did have a notoriously bad reputation, and when it came to spin characteristics, and in fact, it was an airplane that there were many warnings passed all the pilots: do not get into a spin in the X-5.
The 14th of October 1953 was the X-5's blackest day. Air Force Major Ray Popson was performing stall tests when the vicious design flaw reared its ugly head.
That airplane killed Pops, and he got into a spin around 9,000 feet, and it took about 10,000 feet to get out of a spin in that airplane. He just never had an opportunity to get out.
And I was flying. I wasn't chasing him that day, but I was listening to him and told him how to get out of a spin, and it didn't work. We never know why.
The X-5's legacy was to lay dormant, but it was the seed of knowledge for a new kind of plane.
Overall, it proved that a variable sweep wing, jet-propelled, high-performance aircraft could be built.
And that plane was the General Dynamics F-111. The first prototype flew in 1964. It was the first operational variable geometry aircraft to fly. Although it experienced early problems, it went on to operate around the world and distinguish itself as a truly great combat aircraft. The swing wing's advantages have proved invaluable to the Navy. The premier ship-based fighter is the F-14 Tomcat. Its ability to fly such a broad flight profile dependent on variable swept wings. The Bell X-5 flew for only 5 years, the program ending on October 25, 1955. Although a flawed design, the little swing wing paved the way for others to follow. A plane that needs no runway. An idea that has always been a fantasy of airplane designers. The Ryan X-13 Vertijet attempted to be runway-free, but proved impractical. It was the success of the Bell X-14 that paved the way for today's vertical takeoff designs. Lifting vertically off a ship's deck, the V-22 Osprey acts just like a helicopter. But by a marvel of engineering, it can do something a helicopter can't: transform into a high-speed, long-range aircraft. The Osprey tilt rotor system is an answer to a problem that was a challenge to a whole family of X-planes. Not built for speed and altitude, but vertical flight. One of the first vertical takeoff and landing, or VTOL, X-planes was the Hiller X-18. Its whole wing could be tilted up. This thrust pipe aided control during a hover. First flown in November 1959, it was a short-lived program, but contributed to the development of yet another tilt wing. Built for use as a VTOL-capable transport, the Vought XC-142 was also a tilt wing, and in 1965 it successfully transitioned from a hover into level flight. It helped demonstrate the advantages of heavy-lift VTOL aircraft. Another concept was to tilt the propeller. The Curtiss-Wright X-19 was powered by 2 turboshaft engines driving 4 tiltable props through a complex gear system. First flown in 1963, the X-19 program was plagued with setbacks and ended in 1965 after an in-flight failure. Colonel Jesse Jacobs recounts the crash.
Gearbox failed, the propeller left the airplane started rolling and started down, and the guys punched out, inverted, rolling in excess of 200 degrees a second at 392 feet. It's amazing they made it.
In 1953, with a history of pioneer work in helicopter development, Bell Aircraft began exploration of the ducted fan. 14 years later, their VTOL ducted fan X-plane was flying. The X-22 was to have one of the longest test programs of the X-planes, with Bell building a totally new type of aircraft, Its 4 GE turbine engines drove the propellers via a system of 11 gearboxes. In some ways, a system similar to the one used in the ill-fated X-19. However, the X-22 would prove much more successful. Its 4 ducted fans were fully tiltable and could rotate from 0 to 95 degrees in under 20 seconds. The ducts acted like circular wings in forward level flight. There were large moving surfaces to the rear called elevons, which in concert with the variable pitch propellers created all the control the X-22 needed. The aircraft had no conventional flaps or ailerons and had a vertical tail with no rudder. It was indeed a very different aircraft. Working around the X-22 was safe. With its propellers enclosed in ducts, the risk of propeller strike accidents was reduced. Pilot safety was also a consideration. Bell tested rocket-propelled ejection seats as an escape system in the X-22. After 6 months of static tests, the X-22 completed its first successful hover in March 1966. It could basically do anything a helicopter could, hovering and maneuvering in any direction. The question was, could it do what a helicopter couldn't? Transform itself into an efficient, fast, long-range aircraft, and unlike a helicopter, not have to rely on the brute force of its engine to keep it aloft. Simply put, could it cash in on aerodynamic lift to give it greater speed and range? By March 1967, the X-22A had transitioned from vertical takeoff to level flight, going to a maximum speed of 255 miles per hour with a 445-mile range. In July 1968, it completed a world record sustained hover at 8,000 feet. However, all these achievements belonged to the second of the 2 aircraft built. During a test flight in August 1966, the first X-22 had suffered a fatal blow when it mysteriously dropped into a field. The crew escaped uninjured, but the X-22 was beyond repair. But overall, the project proved a great success, and the remaining aircraft flew for many years. The X-22 proved the ducted fan a configuration for the future. In the 50s, pure jet vertical flight became a challenge worth pursuing. Jay Miller, aviation historian.
The big concern was the technology. In other words, could it be done? Yes, there had been some VTOL work done with propeller-driven aircraft. There was obviously a lot of VTOL research being conducted with helicopters, but pure jet VTOL was still an unknown entity.
In 1951, Ryan's unmanned test rig completed the first controlled jet hover. Wind tunnel tests were carried out on a Delta Wing VTOL jet. It was to sit on its tail for takeoff, then transition into level flight. The pilot seat was set up like a Ferris wheel chair, rotating forward during vertical flight. As the concept was exhaustively tested, Ryan's first backer, the Navy, pulled out as a result of post-Korean War funding problems. Then the project was taken up by the Air Force, and the first X-13 Vertijet was completed by 1955. A Rolls-Royce Avon turbojet was chosen because it had the highest power-to-weight ratio of any available engine. In August 1955, the X-13 was hauled from San Diego to Edwards Air Force Base in the Mojave Desert to begin its test program. Its first flights began with conventional takeoff and landings to feel out the flight characteristics. These were completed with a temporary tricycle landing gear. In its final configuration, the X-13 would have no conventional landing gear at all. A special flatbed trailer was developed for the X-13 that could raise the aircraft to its vertical takeoff position. For early hovering tests, the X-13 was caged in a tubular steel rig called the Pogo. Control during vertical flight was provided by wing-tip thrust nozzles, driven by the engine compressor. These thrusters worked along with another control system, truly unique to the Vertijet.
The exhaust nozzle was perhaps the major leap forward from a technology standpoint because it was an articulated exhaust nozzle. And with the pilot moving controls inside the cockpit, that exhaust nozzle moved in concert with that control movement, which also moved in concert with the control surfaces on these delta wings.
For its first transition flights, the X-13 was taken up to 6,000 feet. Here, the pilot was at a safe altitude if anything went wrong. As it hung in the air, the X-13 had become the first jet aircraft to transition to a hover from level flight. It seemed pure jet VTOL was possible after all. After high-altitude practice, the program turned to the problems of landing and takeoff from the trailer. Ryan test pilot Pete Gerard practiced over and over maneuvers close to the rig, and then the transition to level flight. It looked remarkably smooth and almost unreal. On April 11, 1957, after many months of careful preparation and practice, Pete Gerard and the X-13 were ready. The aircraft unhooked and steadily hovered away from the support trailer for the first time. The little jet had successfully taken off vertically, proving it was all possible. After transition to level flight and running through several conventional flight maneuvers above the base, Gerard descended back to Edwards. This was the hard part, to carefully position all 3.5 tons of X-13 supported only by a shaft of hot gas over a cable suspended in midair. Constant radio contact had to be kept with the pilot as he crept closer to the trailer. A retractable hook situated in the nose would make contact with the cable stretched between two articulated arms on the trailer. The X-13 was truly a bird on the wire. After the X-13's first true VTOL flight, it went on to perform many more, even putting on a show in front of the Pentagon, retracing a course flown by Orville Wright some 48 years before in the first military flyer. But the Vertijet would remain an experiment. By 1958, the project was over, having cost some $9.4 million. Funding problems, power limitations, and the conservative establishment of the time were to bury the program. Both X-13 survived their flight test program, and one is on display, hooked to its trailer, at the San Diego Aerospace Museum in California, not far from where it was built. The X-13 was one of the earliest pioneers of jet VTOL, and lessons learned from it are still relevant today. Perhaps the X-13 was an aircraft a little too ahead of its time. The 1950s saw other jet VTOL concepts. Instead of turning the entire aircraft, why not just tilt the engine? This test model built by Bell was to be a tilt jet VTOL fighter. The wingtip-mounted engine was able to thrust the aircraft up vertically, then tilt back for fast, level flight. The Bell Air Test Vehicle, or ATV, was built to test the theory of tiltable jet engines. In early trials, it was attached to a moving disc on the tarmac. This strange little aircraft was made up from scavenged parts: wings from a Cessna, fuselage from a glider, and two small jet engines built to rotate from vertical to horizontal flight. It also had a smaller turbine engine mounted above and behind the pilot. This supplied a system of reaction control thrusters on the tail and wingtips, designed to control and stabilize the aircraft during vertical flight. It first flew in 1954 after a carefully monitored ground test program. The ATV, although certainly an ugly duckling, holds an historic place in the jet VTOL story.
This kind of hybrid aircraft basically proved that a pure jet VTOL airplane could indeed be built. Now, the ATV never fully transitioned in flight, but it partially transitioned, and that's a very important issue. It's hard to understand that from our perspective today, where pure jet VTOL is not in the least bit uncommon with the Harrier and related aircraft. But in those days, that was still a major step forward.
The vast amount of data drawn from the ATV led Bell to take the idea a step further. Instead of tilting the whole engine, they would attempt to bend the jet thrust itself. The flight simulator for the Bell X-14 was very basic, but nevertheless essential in preparing pilots for a completely different way of flying. From these simple beginnings was born an aircraft that was to fly for over 24 years. Tethered tests began in 1956, and like the ATV, it was a hodgepodge of other aircraft. Controlling a hovering aircraft is complex. The X-14 used the same system of wingtip and tail-mounted thrust nozzles initially proven on the ATV. But instead of using a separate air compressor, the X-14 diverted exhaust gases from its jet engines. The wingtip nozzles controlling the roll motion of the X-14 were directed by the pilot. However, it was tested with an early computer system to help maintain stability. The tail-mounted nozzles worked in phase with the tail surfaces to control yaw and pitch motions. But the major leap forward was the X-14's ability to redirect or vector its jet thrust downwards. Rotating slotted vents or cascades diverted the thrust down for vertical flight. With a flick of a switch, the cascades could be returned to level flight position. This complex bit of engineering had never before been put to the test on any VTOL aircraft. However, a major problem arose. All systems were working fine, but the X-14 wouldn't or couldn't quite lift off.
It took them a little while to understand, but very basically, when the exhaust came out of the exhaust nozzles, these cascade nozzles, two things happened. Number one, a low pressure area was created underneath the wing of the airplane. And number two, the flow pattern was such that it wrapped around and came back on top of the wing. And the bottom line of these two things acting together was that the airplane could not really lift off the ground.
In the months to follow, many tests were completed to solve the riddle of the suck-down phenomenon. With some subtle changes, the X-14 was soon making tentative hops into the air. The solution to its problem was strikingly simple.
There was an easy solution, and that was to just make the landing gear longer and thus get the airplane a little bit higher off the ground. And once that was done, sure enough, it proved to be the solution, and the airplane did fly successfully in VTOL mode, and it's one of the very first pure jet VTOL aircraft in the world.
On May 24, 1958, the X-14 completed its first full transition circuit, taking off vertically, entering level flight, and then transitioning back for hovering and landing. It could truly do what any helicopter could do, but with pure jet propulsion. The X-14 was to pursue many avenues of VTOL flight. For example, it was used to test VTOL landing surfaces. Dust and particles sucked into a jet engine could be very damaging. The idea of a portable landing pad that could withstand direct jet thrusts was explored. A ground crew would prepare a cleared area by spraying it with the heat-resistant material and allow it to dry. The easy handling and reliable X-14 was invaluable for studies like these. The Bell X-14 flew for over 24 years, the longest test program of all the X-planes, helping develop many VTOL systems. This strange-looking aircraft led the way for the world's most successful pure-jet VTOL fighter, the Harrier. Developed by the British firm Hawker, the Harrier uses a thrust vectoring system reminiscent of the X-14. Indeed, engineers drew from X-14 program experiences during the entire development phase, creating an aircraft that has flown for many years, proving itself again and again in combat. The Harrier's forerunner, the X-14, flew its final flight in 1981, the last X-plane to fly straight up. Out of the Cold War emerges the idea for a nuclear-powered bomber, able to stay aloft for days and strike deep into the Soviet Union. With a working nuclear power plant on board and a lead-lined cockpit, the X-6 becomes the first truly atomic bomber. It's just one of many strange concepts in the X-planes program. The X-planes were all strange or peculiar in some way. Built as purely experimental aircraft, they dealt with phenomena never previously explored. Concepts involving aerodynamics, new materials, and human physiological effects were explored. But there were other, more eccentric X-planes that in some ways went beyond these extremes to explore even stranger avenues of flight. The X-6 project would explore the possibilities of unlimited range by using a nuclear power plant. The X-21A with its special wing would attempt to make transonic airflow play by its rules. The X-missiles laid much of the groundwork for modern missile technology and space systems. Such diverse projects were aberrations among even the strange X-plane family. The Bell X-9, or Shrike missile, was one of the first X-missiles to be air-launched. It was the test bed for the Rascal air-to-surface missile. From its first launch in May 1950, the X-9 would usher in many new ideas. Carried aloft by a Boeing B-50, the X-9 was swung down on a trapeze and launched in midair. X-9s were powered by two-chamber liquid fuel rocket engines, pushing the missile to around Mach 2. It could range over 50 miles and then accurately hit its target, controlled by a radio technician in the B-50 mothership. The X-9 was perhaps the first weapon to marry the awesome power of a liquid fuel rocket with the frightening, destructive possibilities of a nuclear warhead. Bell tried in vain to convince the Air Force to put the Shrike into production, but to no avail. Data provided by the X-9 program had proven the Rascal's basic aerodynamic configuration and the accuracy of the guidance system. The Rascal, although an early air-to-air missile of note, was only a stepping stone for later technology. The Beaumark anti-aircraft missile was another with its roots in the X program. The Lockheed X-7 was used to test the Beaumark's ramjet propulsion system. The large database generated by the X-7 project remains the foundation for much of our ramjet research today. The X-17 tested early space re-entry technology. During one flight, it reached a speed of over 9,500 miles an hour. Much of the data gathered by the 25 X-17 launches was invaluable in developing re-entry systems for ICBMs. The X-17 was also used during Project Argus, exploring the effects of nuclear explosions in space. One of the most curious X-missiles was the North American X-10. This remotely controlled missile on wheels flew by turbojet power beyond Mach 2. Built to test new aerodynamic and guidance systems, unlike other missiles, it could be landed safely after its mission.
It actually had some potential for becoming a manned vehicle. It was somewhat ahead of its time in being what today is referred to as a canard configuration, in which what we refer to as the tail surfaces were on the nose of the airplane instead of in the back end of the airplane.
The X-10 was the test bed for one of the milestones of space technology, the Navajo cruise missile. Going against the trend towards purely ballistic missiles, the Navajo project explored a very fast, flyable, aerodynamic missile configuration. The technology nurtured by this project was to have repercussions for many decades to come. New methods of building aircraft and space vehicles to withstand extremes of heat and cold. Also, uses of new construction materials like stainless steel and titanium were developed. New welding techniques, highly accurate chemical milling processes, the use of exotic alloys, along with a whole new era of electronics and precision component manufacture, grew out of North America's Navajo missile program. The Navajo would ride piggyback on a huge 90-foot-long rocket-powered booster that would be jettisoned after liftoff. For a ramjet to start operating, the oncoming air has to be traveling at high speeds as it enters the intakes. These engines would push the Navajo to Mach 3.25. By November 1956, the Navajo was ready. At Cape Canaveral, the missile and booster were lifted in place by a large pivoting gantry tower. First fired in 1955, the rocket booster produced 415,000 pounds of thrust. When the booster stage propels the missile fast enough, successful separation occurs. From here, the Navajo's huge ramjet takes over and pushes the missile to over Mach 3. Dealing with such extremes, the Navajo project was plagued by failures and was canceled in 1957. But the legacy of technology that sprung from the X-10 and Navajo was invaluable. Its rocket design philosophy would thrust the first U.S. astronauts into space. The guidance system helped navigate submarines under the North Pole, and its manufacturing techniques are still used today. The Navajo truly deserved its pet name, the Know-How Missile. This aircraft has very special wings. The turbulent layer of air that forms on the wing surface is inhaled through tiny slots. The X-21A's laminar flow control system was claimed to extend flying time to days instead of hours. Air resistance to the motion of the wing causes turbulence or friction grab. As the air passes over and under the wing and the cross-skin surfaces, laminar flow control reduces this drag by actually inhaling this turbulent air and disposing of it through specially designed slots. Many rows of tiny slots in the wing bring in the air. From there, it goes into the tributary ducts and then along through the main ducts. These ducts accept the boundary layer air drawn from the wing surfaces, then feed it through the modulating valve assembly into a low-pressure turbine-powered compressor, then on to the high-pressure compressor which expels it. In 1961, Northrop began conversion of two Douglas B-66s to the new X-21A configuration. The original engines were wing-mounted, but Northrop moved them back to the rear fuselage area to reduce noise and turbulence around the experimental wing. The compressors powered by bleed air from the aircraft's main engines were positioned under the wing. Laminar flow control's dividend was tantalizing. By reduction of drag, the engines would have a much easier time propelling the plane and need less fuel. Aircraft could stay aloft for days. Dreams of non-stop, unrefueled flights around the globe would be attainable. The razor-thin slots running wing root to tip were only about a 25,000th of an inch wide. Buried below them, 815,000 tiny holes drew air into the main wing ducts. The distinctive camel's hump wing section was an attempt to eliminate an airflow problem with high-wing aircraft. The surface of the wing was kept very smooth to further reduce friction. The aluminum skin was not riveted, but bonded by adhesives. During the early 60s, the X-21 consistently achieved clean laminar flow over 70% of its wing surface area. But in 1964, the project was canceled. Many flight tests exploring the impact of water, dust, and insects on the system proved the high maintenance needed to keep the slots free of debris couldn't be justified. Although a stunning success in theory and in the wind tunnel, laminar flow control could not work effectively in the real world. This concept of longer endurance aircraft would remain a dream. But around the same time, Convair was promising unlimited endurance. In Fort Worth, they began exploring the idea of a nuclear-powered aircraft.
On the one hand, nuclear weapons were these devices of extraordinary destructive power, and nuclear propulsion, on the other hand, was this clean, safe, unlimited, relatively cheap energy resource. And of course, as time has gone on and several decades have passed since then, we've all been rudely awakened to the fact that there are some very negative sides to nuclear energy as a power resource.
This General Electric built reactor was developed for the initial tests in the X-6 project. The NB-36H Crusader, a converted Convair bomber, would take the reactor aloft to explore safe methods of shielding from radioactivity. The reactor wasn't used to power the aircraft.
Well, that 1 megawatt reactor really did nothing. It just literally sat in the back of the airplane and reacted, and there was nothing that, to my knowledge, that was done with the power that was generated by that reactor. But on the other hand, it did develop or generate some radiation.
Great precautions were taken when the reactor was moved to the aircraft loading area. Many shielded support vehicles had to be developed. Even this huge crane was heavily shielded with lead, while carefully swinging the reactor over a specially built loading pit in the tarmac. The Crusader was chosen primarily because of its huge lifting capacity. The lead-shielded crew compartment weighed 12 tons on its own. Clearly, the road to a nuclear-powered aircraft would be one of extremes. During the Cold War paranoia of the 1950s, unsubstantiated stories of Soviet advances in nuclear-powered aircraft fueled support for the X-6 program. Convair was only one of many companies exploring the possibilities of an A-plane. The Crusader needed to be very precisely positioned over the loading pit. The pit was operated from a heavily shielded central control room nearby. Its doors were 7 inches thick and were mechanically opened for the loading only when the B-36 was in exactly the right position. The aircraft's bomb bay had been extensively modified with water-filled shielding tanks and an air cooling system for the reactor. The reactor was slowly winched up into the bomb bay. The process could take 20 minutes. After each test flight, it would be removed again for examination and as an obvious safety precaution. Mechanized probes on the motorized reactor platform were raised into the bomb bay to assure precise alignment of all connection points. A major part of these first test flights was to learn about safe ground handling procedures. The hazardous nature of just getting the reactor loaded safely required brand new technologies, foreign to conventional aviation.
Fortunately, most of the crew members, to the best of my knowledge, have survived, or if they have died, they've died of causes that had nothing to do with radiation.
Shielding of the crew had greatest priority. The 12-ton lead-lined capsule was well separated from the reactor located in the aft bomb bay.
The cockpit transparencies were pretty impressive. I think the forward transparencies were approximately 5 inches thick, and that was leaded glass. And then the side transparencies, which were particularly spectacular, they were over 11 inches thick. And again, that was all leaded glass. And there's always been the comment that, there was probably some distortion looking through that glass. And the answer, after discussing this with several of the crew members, yes, there was a lot of distortion looking out of that cockpit.
The Crusader made the first of its hot flights in September 1955. Loaded down with shielding and reactor, the takeoff weight was nearly 180 tons. It wasn't alone in the air. A C-119 flying boxcar followed the Crusader aloft, carrying a group of Marines with a special task.
If by some chance the NB-36H was to crash, those Marines would be effectively ejected out the back end of that C-119. They would parachute down to the crash site and surround the airplane to keep anyone from intruding into the wreckage site area.
Also keeping a close tail on the Crusader was a modified B-50, equipped to test for radiation emitted during the flight.
The whole thrust of the X-6 program was to develop an intercontinental bomber that basically had unlimited range. I mean, the whole philosophy was centered on that one very specific point. In other words, they could put an airplane in the air on alert, and it could stay in the air for an indefinite period of time. The only limitation really was your crew endurance.
During these initial tests, crew endurance and nuclear propulsion wasn't the question. Although the reactor was started by withdrawing the safety rods, at no time would it power the aircraft. It was simply there to test the shielding performance. The slow startup of a nuclear reactor would have made it necessary in a production aircraft to take off with normal fuels, then slowly transition to nuclear power. During reactor operations, data would be collected from instrumentation throughout the aircraft. The B-50 sensor aircraft following in the slipstream would check air patterns around the Crusader for any levels of radiation. After the test run, the reactor would be shut down in preparation for landing. Much was learned from the 47 Crusader flights, with Convair and many other companies building up an impressive technology base. But from the start, the X6 project was always a hot potato. Support for the project was eroded by the massive costs and the obvious disastrous possibilities if an accident did occur. But for all its potential for disaster, very little did go wrong. One incident was an electrical fire in the bomb bay during a test flight.
It was a very minor fire, but at the time that it occurred and with a functioning nuclear reactor on board, it was a pretty exciting occurrence, according to the crew. And of course, the news media was never given any indication that that event had taken place until many years after the fact.
The Crusader's final flight took place in 1957. By the early 1960s, the U.S. nuclear-powered aircraft program had all but vanished. A suitable and safe power plant deemed beyond realization. The idea of a billion-dollar bomber that could stay airborne for months was no comfort for the Russians. But neither was the new crop of cheap and effective missiles. The X6, perhaps the strangest technological misadventure of the X-plane series, was fortunately never to become a reality. Powered by a huge Thiokol rocket engine, the X-15 climbs higher than any plane before it. At speeds of up to 6.5 times the speed of sound. Reaching into space, the X-15 expands the bounds of aviation, setting the stage for the space program. On September 17, 1959, test pilot Scott Crossfield would complete the first flight of a research program that would see North American aviation's X-15 carry man higher and faster than any aircraft had gone before.
It was one of the best flying, the research airplanes, since the X-1, and I always maintained because the X-1 and the X-15 were designed mostly by pilots.
Its success would not only rely on its design, but also its experimental predecessors, which through both achievement and failure had yielded valuable lessons. The Bell X-2 furnished designers invaluable data about flying at extremely high speeds and altitudes. In May 1956, Frank Pete Everest took the X-2 to almost Mach 3, and 4 months later, Ivan Kinchlow would soar to a record altitude of 126,000 feet. These X-2 flights revealed the effects of searing heat encountered in the so-called thermal thicket. But perhaps the X-2's greatest lesson would be learned through tragedy. On the X-2's final flight, Captain Mel Abt encountered a stability problem as he flew past Mach 3. He found himself out of control and could not recover. Data from this fateful flight would provide a key to the X-15's development. The emergence of larger rocket engines capable of 60,000 pounds of thrust was also crucial to the development of the X-15.
In my view, we invented that thing on a fishing trip on the back of an envelope. In 1951, Walt Williams and I and 2 other people from NAC were driving back late at night from a fishing trip, and we heard that a 75,000-pound thrust rocket engine, the Viking engine, had fired successfully at Santa Susana. And of course, the immediate question that crossed my mind and Walt Williams was that, boy, wouldn't that be something to have a manned airplane with that kind of thrust on it? So I literally got a piece of paper on the back of an envelope out of his glove compartment. We made some crude calculations, and really that was, to my way of thinking, the beginning of my participation anyway in the X-15 program.
Development of the X-15 would entail extensive use of wind tunnel testing. Heat testing was used to isolate materials capable of withstanding the thermal extremes of hypersonic speed, over 5 times the speed of sound, and re-entry into the upper atmosphere, both goals of the X-15 program. Wind tunnels enabled engineers to simulate the stress imposed on the plane's structures. They could also test the viability of a safe drop from a B-52 wing. In the end, some 4,000 hours in 13 wind tunnels had been logged. Research into the flight characteristics of the early X-15 design was carried out using a radio-controlled model with a built-in camera to monitor stability instrumentation during flight. The question of pilot survivability was addressed. Lightweight nylon pressure suits were designed to allow more freedom of movement while still protecting the pilot if he needed to eject. This rocket sled was an attempt to simulate stress on the pressure suit during an ejection. Propelled by a ballistic rocket, the X-15's ejection seat had been successfully tested at Edwards prior to installation. However, its practicality became a point of contention.
Very expensive, very heavy, and very complicated, though, to get a man to escape from a vehicle like that. In a research airplane, I would be inclined to say just offer enough money that the pilot would accept it and go without compromising the airplane with all the complexity, the bleeding hearts wailing that you might lose an aviator. I'm not going to say I want to lose aviators, but it's a risky business.
Risky indeed. However, the government felt those risks were unacceptable, and the seats would eventually be installed in all 3 X-15s. In late 1957, construction of the X-15 airframe began at North American Aviation. The aircraft consisted of a titanium and stainless steel structure covered with a lightweight, heat-resistant outer skin called Inconel X, which would provide protection at over 1,200 degrees Fahrenheit. By this time, Scott Crossfield had left the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics to join North American at their Los Angeles facility. There, he took part in ground simulator programs which used a working X-15 cockpit with the actual hydraulic control systems. Crossfield's vast experience with earlier experimental aircraft enabled him to give valuable insights which led to major improvements in the design. While construction of the airframe continued, several test pilots underwent a human centrifuge program to simulate the dynamic forces that the body was subjected to during the massive acceleration. The first X-15 was rolled out on October 15, 1958. With Cold War anxiety at an all-time high, Vice President Nixon assured the crowd that the X-15 would regain America's lead in space. The Mojave Desert. This vast expanse of parched earth would become the home of all three X-15s. On June 8, 1959, after repeated problems that had kept the first X-15 grounded, Scott Crossfield broke free from the B-52 mothership, taking the aircraft on its first unpowered glide flight.
Looks pretty good here on a 36,000.
Crossfield was to pilot the first series of proving flights for North American before the plane would be turned over to the Air Force. At age 38, he was one of America's most seasoned test pilots, and on this maiden glide flight, his experience would be put to the test. On the approach to landing, it was apparent that something was wrong. When Crossfield attempted to correct a stability problem, the aircraft began to porpoise uncontrollably. Landing would mean precise timing so that the fuselage would point upward when the skids made contact. Crossfield timed it right, avoiding a potential disaster. As it turned out, the systems that controlled the plane's movements had simply been set at too sensitive a level.
I was baffled. I could not understand, because I'm an aerodynamicist. I went to how the airplane could be statically unstable, and yet everything it showed me was that it was. But it was really a simple fix, and we never had that problem again.
Now it was time for the powered flights. Temporarily, the program would use two less powerful XLR-11 rocket engines built by reaction motors. Development of Thiacol's powerful XLR-99 engine was lagging a year behind schedule. September 17, 1959. The first powered flight. After ignition, the X-15 streaked skyward over Edwards, leaving the chase planes far behind. Even with the air brakes fully extended, X-15 number 2 cruised easily to Mach 2, 1/3 the way to the program's goal of Mach 6. On gliding back to base, the pilot needed to perform a unique function. The ventral tail needed to be jettisoned for landing.
The lower vertical that made it a symmetrical cruciform, really, a tail configuration, was jettisonable because it stuck below the landing gear. We used to joke it'd be the fastest plow in history if we left it on there.
Gear is coming down, and it looks good.
The success of the flight ended with a flawless landing. But the third flight would not go as smoothly.
On the third flight, a problem that had been with those little LR-11 engines for probably 20 years finally decided to get its act together, and we blew up one engine, and it blew the back end out of the airplane.
The drop from the B-52 was clean. Crossfield ignited the engines and began to pull away, while a series of ground stations monitored. It was a chase plane that noticed a fire at the rear of the aircraft and informed Crossfield, who shut down the engines and jettisoned the fuel. But the diving aircraft was angled downwards. Fuel in the front tanks could not escape, making the forward section heavier than the rear. The fuselage could not take the added stress of the forward weight and broke apart on landing. A small gas regulator valve, not engine problems, had caused the fire. Luckily, the fuselage split between the fuel tanks and the cockpit, leaving Crossfield unharmed.
So we fixed that very easily, and nothing wrong with the airplane. It broke right where it was supposed to. I mean, with the loads it was supposed to.
Back at the North American plant, the X-15 No. 2 underwent extensive repair and modification. The setback was underscored by recent Soviet successes in space. The pressure was on to get a man into space and back. June 1960. The big engine was ready. For Scott Crossfield, this test would be a lonely experience.
I was just wearing a business suit. It's kind of interesting. You know, I get in the airplane and everybody else gets in a blockhouse. That's called building the confidence of the pilot. No, you look out and the whole landscape is vacated. There's nothing alive out there. You know, they're all hiding under concrete walls.
On this day, the protective concrete walls would be needed. As Crossfield reset the throttle, the dangers of these new technologies became apparent. The brand new X-15 No. 3 had been ripped apart, the cockpit blown almost 40 feet forward with Crossfield still inside. He survived, thanks partly to his own contribution in designing a cockpit capable of withstanding such punishment. However, the explosion was not the engine. A faulty valve had caused the liquid oxygen tank to overpressurize and explode. While crews were picking up the pieces of the X-15 No. 3, the first X-15, now in the hands of NASA and their test pilot Joe Walker, was setting new speed records without the bigger engine. On August 9, 1960, he broke through to Mach 3.31, making him the fastest man alive. But in the X-15 program, records were short-lived, leaving Walker little time to bask in his success. Just 8 days later, new heights would be the goal as Air Force Captain Bob White closed in on space, taking the X-15 to a record altitude of over 136,000 feet. White's record would also be fleeting as the X-15 continued to go higher and faster. Pre-flight anxiety prevailed before each of the tests over Edwards. Everyone in the program knew the risks involved, and for Crossfield, the memory of the ground-run explosion served as a reminder of the dangers and uncertainty that greeted each test flight. This B-52 launch plane is on display at the Pima Air Museum in Arizona. It was the ideal launch aircraft because of its massive lifting power. Modification of one wing was necessary, as launch plane pilot Fitz Fulton explains.
The X-15 weighed as much as 50,000 pounds under some conditions. So we had that hard point on the right-hand side, and in order to do that, we had to deactivate one of the fuel tanks. So one of the main fuel tanks was deactivated. And another thing was that the X-15 is quite long and has a vertical fin, so the trailing edge of the B-52 wing had to be cut away.
It was necessary for the X-15 to be air-launched because of its limited fuel capacity. During a typical test run, the X-15 would consume all of its 9 tons of fuel in less than 2 minutes, ruling out a conventional takeoff. With the X-15 attached, the B-52's 8 powerful engines would be pulling a total load weighing in excess of 150 tons. The takeoff was especially long because the B-52's wing flaps were immobilized as a result of the cutaway modifications. It would take over 45 minutes for the B-52 to reach the launch altitude of 45,000 feet. Unlike the launch procedure of earlier X-planes, the X-15 pilot himself would carry out the mid-air separation, which could be clearly felt from the B-52.
That airplane, when you let it go, felt like a gigantic bomb because it was just was the thump as it let go, and there would be a structural response to the B-52 that was fed back in. The wing would flop just a little bit, but nothing that was we felt any concern about. But and the B-52 would roll away from where the X-15 had dropped, so it just took you a few seconds to recover, but there was no question that he had left you.
Now unleashed, the powerful X-15 was free to display its awesome capabilities. Colonel Harry Andonian recalls.
It was quite exhilarating to hear all that roaring out under your wing and then look out to the right side there and watch him virtually going straight up. You could hear the rocket engine inside the B-52.
This was the first flight with the large XLR-99 engine, which proved as powerful as its expectations. With the air brakes fully extended and the engine idling lazily, Scott Crossfield could barely restrain the aircraft to under Mach 3. The X-15 was now as its designers had planned, equipped with the engine that would take it to record speeds.
You really knew you had an engine behind you. There's 5 Gs of thrust when that thing burned out. That burnout weight, it weighed 13,000 pounds and 60,000 pounds of thrust. That's a pretty good boost. That's better than any dragster will give you.
Performance had been better than expected. And now the ambitious goals of the X-15 program were not only attainable, but could perhaps be exceeded. Post-flight, Scott Crossfield was outspoken in his belief that the X-15's potential had been underestimated.
And I got a little faster today than we'd planned, and we have on our previous flights, in my flights, gotten faster than we'd planned because for once in history we've overestimated the drag on the airplane. I think it'll exceed its original expectation.
As the X-15 inched closer and closer towards its goal, the opportunity for America to regain the lead in the space race fueled media hype, and a mood of excitement grew throughout the country. This was to be Crossfield's final X-15 flight. There were suggestions he would be tempted to push the aircraft to new limits.
I wasn't about to go playing around in a region that we didn't carefully prepare to go into with a brand new expensive airplane. As I say, I'd fire a pilot that would do that. Just, you can't afford that kind of self-indulgence.
December 1960, time to turn the X-15 over to NASA. A disappointed Scott Crossfield must leave the program that he'd been such an integral part of. A courageous new generation of test pilots would ride the X-15 to the limits of speed and the reaches of space, higher and faster than any before. By late 1960, North American Aviation's X-15 had gone higher and faster than any aircraft had flown before, thrusting man and machine into the unknown. On August 4th, 1960, test pilot Joe Walker took the X-15 well beyond 3 times the speed of sound, making him the fastest man alive. 8 days later, Air Force Captain Bob White climbed to new heights, taking the X-15 over 136,000 feet. This was just the beginning of an incredible program that would take man to extremes. By this time, a new generation of test pilot had emerged, men with dreams of going into space. Before reaching such ambitious goals, these men would need to train tirelessly in simulated cockpits. Here, NASA pilot Milt Thompson is becoming acquainted with the complex array of systems he would later validate in flight. The simulator was a relatively new training tool, which would become vital in preparing this new generation of pilots for future flights. Revolutionary pressure suits monitored the effects of weightlessness and extraordinary G-forces. However, these suits clearly provided little in the way of pilot comfort.
It was kind of like a sausage skin, and the more you blew it up, why, the more trouble you had bending your elbows and your knees, and the workload got very high then in what we called a hard or a pressurized suit.
This modified F-104 would become a kind of flying simulator, because its landing characteristics were similar to the X-15's. The F-104 would trace the X-15's flight corridor, following a series of tracking stations along the mountains of Utah and Nevada. By late 1961, all three X-15s were finally together at Edwards in flying condition. NASA's request for three X-15s had been fulfilled, and from now on, these aircraft would take turns breaking new records in both speed and altitude. The third X-15, refurbished after an on-ground explosion, was now the most advanced of the three, equipped with a control system that could adapt to changing atmospheric density. The X-15 was refueled slowly overnight before a mission to avoid thermal shock to the airframe from the super-cold liquid oxygen propellant. Test pilot Bill Dana was aware of the volatility of the propellants used in the X-15. Their presence made sitting in the cockpit like sitting on a 17,000-pound bomb, but this didn't seem to bother Dana.
Gasoline's very explosive too, but we all drive automobiles that use it. And the same was true of the ammonia and the liquid oxygen, that under the proper circumstances they could have been explosive, but I never considered it a dangerous airplane at all. Quite the other. I was quite confident that the X-15 would get me home.
The X-15 would get Bill Dana home, but not before giving him the ride of his life. This white rectangle on the X-15's underside is frost caused by the liquid oxygen tank within the fuselage. All 9 tons of LOX and ammonia would be swallowed up by the powerful XLR-99 rocket engine in less than 2 minutes after ignition. This short period of thrust would be enough to leave the chase planes far behind in the quest to Mach 6. Despite all the simulator training, there was no substitute for the real thing.
It went from Mach 1 to Mach 6 in about 85 seconds, and it went from Mach 5 to Mach 6 in about 8 seconds. So it was, you knew you were hauling the freight when you flew the X-15.
Because of the excessive G-forces encountered, certain cockpit controls were modified because they were difficult to reach during the massive acceleration.
It was a tremendous physical effort to reach your hand out and grab the throttle to shut the engine down. That was a strong physical effort. You were just pinned back in the seat, basically, is what it was, and everything required 3 times as much effort as it would have under 1G.
Bill Dana would go on to fly 15 successful flights, including one on August 21, 1968, for which he was awarded astronaut wings. Later missions carried out further exoatmospheric research, like the effects of micrometeorites on aircraft, as well as high-altitude photography, crucial data in paving the way for future space exploration. Dreams of creating an orbital vehicle that combined great speed and altitude with the landing capability of the X-15 resulted in the X-20. In many ways, the X-20's origins can be traced to the German engineers Eugene Senger and Irene Brett, who in the 1930s believed that a manned aircraft could skip on top of the atmosphere. Like the Mercury capsule, the X-20 was to be thrust into space aboard a series of ballistic booster rockets that would fall away as fuel was used up. The X-20 would finally enter orbit, but on re-entry it became very different from the Mercury system. Unlike the Mercury capsule, which would glide earthward on a very steep angle and under minimal control, the X-20 with its delta wing configuration would make a fully controlled glide at a very shallow angle. Despite the shallow descent of the X-20, re-entry would heat parts of the airframe up to 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit. To counter this, engineers investigated new exotic alloys, ceramic components, and a cooling water wall between the inner and outer skin of the fuselage. Despite the X-20's potential, political bickering and budget constraints resulted in cancellation of the project before it could get off the ground. At the same time, the X-15 program was going strong and pilots were going higher than ever. However, this simulator training failed to prepare them for the flying conditions of space, where conventional aerodynamic control was lost. Other means of control needed to be learned. This is the Iron Cross simulator, utilizing hydrogen peroxide thrusters to control movement. Attaching small thrusters like this to the aircraft provided a reaction system that could help control a plane at very high altitude, where normal aerodynamic forces weren't present. This concept was first tested in the X-1B. The NF-104, a rocket-boosted jet-powered aircraft, also successfully tested the reaction control system. The hydrogen peroxide thrusters were mounted on the wingtips and nose. These thrusters would prove invaluable as pilots pushed the X-15 to the edges of space. Time had come to break through the threshold into space. Bob White was chosen to make the attempt. On July 17, 1962, Bob White pulled away from the Earth at a 41-degree climb angle towards the stars. He quickly passed Joe Walker's previous altitude record, and before he knew it, had peaked at 314,000 feet, an astronomical 59.6 miles above the Earth. When White saw the entire western seaboard clear to Mexico, he knew he was in space. The third X-15, with all of its elaborate control systems uniquely designed for high-altitude flight, had clearly proved its worth, making it the highest aircraft ever flown. Bob White was the first to take a winged aircraft into space and return it safely to Earth. The following day, at a White House ceremony, President John F. Kennedy awarded Bob White, Scott Crossfield, Joe Walker, and Navy Commander Forrest Peterson the Collier Trophy, aviation's highest honor. Air Force rules state that any military pilot flying over 50 miles high was considered an astronaut. White had exceeded this threshold and was awarded astronaut wings by General Curtis LeMay. Many pilots would now have the unique opportunity to experience spaceflight. Bill Dana was one of them.
The sky is absolutely black, just totally black, and then the horizon appears as a ring of bright blue just around the surface of the Earth. And it's not disorienting at all to be up at the altitudes I was at. I knew where the Earth was and what level flight was. I didn't have any trouble controlling my airplane. I was usually busy when I was up there, so I never had much time to sightsee, but I do remember one flight I went to 300,000 feet, And just over the top, I took the time to look out, and I looked out and could see the Pacific Ocean to my right and the Gulf of California straight ahead of me. And that was an awesome sight.
This was not enough for Joe Walker, now embarking on his last mission. On August 22, 1963, Walker rocketed away from the launch plane, minutes later reaching over 354,000 feet, the highest the X-15 would ever go. After the Soviets launched Yuri Gagarin into orbit, U.S. policy shifted toward ballistic research, using rockets capable of sending man into space with relative ease. While the Apollo and Mercury programs flourished, the X-20 program fell victim to this shift. Now, orbiting men in capsules rather than winged aircraft became a priority.
Roger, you got that?
Meanwhile, the X-15 program was having its own problems. On November 9, 1962, test pilot Jack McKay was forced to make an emergency landing after an engine malfunction. During touchdown, the left landing gear fractured. McKay survived, but sustained serious injury. Ironically, this accident would result in the construction of the fastest airplane ever. In just over a year, the X-15 number 2 transformed into the X-15A2. External fuel tanks would provide the extra fuel to give additional thrust. It was now an aircraft capable of taking its pilot to new extremes. Creating an aircraft capable of going 8 times the speed of sound almost proved easier than protecting it from the blistering heat encountered at such speeds. Heat friction was particularly destructive to the leading edges of the wing and tail surfaces. Coatings of paint were used on wind tunnel models to expose these potential hotspots. It was decided that before each mission, the aircraft would be covered with a resin-based coating that would boil off at high speeds, taking the heat with it. Air Force Captain William Pete Knight was chosen to push the X-15 to its absolute speed limit. Knight had been slated for spaceflight in the X-20, but after program cancellation, he joined the X-15 program, replacing Major Robert Rushworth. The A2 had another unique feature. Because the ablative coating chars off at extreme speeds, the left windshield would need to remain covered to protect it from being coated with the residue. When the worst was over, the eyelid was opened, and the pilot would have a clear windshield to look through as he made his final approach and landing. After several familiarization flights, Pete Knight was ready to take the A2 to new extremes. The A2 was also equipped with a mock-up scramjet mounted on the ventral fin stub. NASA was interested in testing scramjet propulsion systems which depend on hypersonic velocities to achieve combustion. After the drop, Knight ignited the powerful XLR-99 engine and pointed the nose upwards. With the external fuel tanks and ablative coating, the X-15 was finally an aircraft that could keep up with its huge engine. In just over a minute, the external tanks were jettisoned as the aircraft pushed to its maximum speed. Prior to landing, the dummy scramjet needed to be jettisoned as well. Pete Knight had reached the blistering speed of Mach 6.7, over 4,500 miles per hour, making the X-15 the fastest winged aircraft ever. The A2 had finally validated the intentions of its original designers. Pete Knight was now the fastest man alive, but the aircraft had paid the price. The heat stresses were far worse than predicted. Even with the protective coating, the airframe was severely damaged. The scramjet mount had burnt through and fallen away.
On the flight to Mach 6.7, why the wake of the dummy ramjet, the Mach waves coming off the dummy ramjet impinged on the ventral fin and cut holes in both sides of it and did damage to substructures and subsystems inside the ventral fin.
Pete Knight had been unaware of the devastating extent of the aircraft's damage. The ablative coating on the leading edges had charred through, causing serious structural problems. Furthermore, Mach 6.7 was not even close to the speed that NASA needed to carry out research on the scramjet system. And there was no money in the budget to repair and modify the crippled aircraft. The A-2 was the first X-15 retired from the program. Just over a month later, on November 15, 1967, X-15 number 3 would be completely lost. This tragic mission began without a problem. Air Force pilot Michael Adams took the aircraft over Mach 5. Then something went terribly wrong. Adams had somehow gotten off course, and on re-entry found himself in a spin. At 5 times the speed of sound, this was too much for the airframe, which disintegrated. Michael Adams did not survive. This cockpit footage provides an eerie reminder of the dangers of experimental flight. The only X-15 left was X-15 number 1, the first of the 3 to be built. This aircraft would fly 8 more missions, but never again to the extremes of speed and altitude that were accomplished by its 2 counterparts. The X-15's final missions further examined the obstacles of spaceflight. However, by the late 60s, landing man on the moon became a national priority, and interest in the X-15 program began to wane. When Bill Dana touched down on October 24, 1968, completing the 199th mission, no one realized that this was the last X-15 flight. It was intended the program would finish by year's end with the 200th flight. 10 unsuccessful launch attempts later, the program was canceled. Relics of history, the 2 surviving X-15s now sit silently as museum pieces, much of their data remaining on the shelf while man tried to reach the moon. There remains speculation as to whether advancements like the space shuttle would have come earlier had we taken up the X-15's legacy sooner. The X-15's first pilot, Scott Crossfield.
We've milked that database dry. As you know, we've used it all, and we're really out of it now. But no, the X-15, as far as useful information for the progress of aeronautics in space, is one of the most productive programs we ever had.
The X-15 bequeathed a truly great legacy, taking men to the extremes and beyond. The pursuit of in-flight stability prompts designers to experiment with a forward-swept wing. The success of the Hansajet proves the concept works. But the X-29 takes the idea further and revolutionizes aviation design. Tonight, trace the legacy of the Great Sweep Forward. The Grumman X-29. This strangely shaped aircraft, with its unorthodox forward-swept wing configuration, would push beyond the limits of known aircraft maneuverability, leading the way towards the next generation of fighter technology. Conventional rules of stability and control would be left behind in the quest for never-before-seen agility. Forward swept wing design can be traced back to World War II Germany. The fuselage of this Heinkel 177 bomber would be used to build a new jet bomber with a radical wing configuration. The Junkers Ju-287 used a forward swept wing design to increase the area of its bomb bay. Despite successful test runs, it never saw combat. The forward swept wing concept was abandoned until the early 1960s when it re-emerged in the HF-B320 Hansajet. Hans Bock, who had been involved in the Ju-287 program, used the configuration for a more benign purpose. The Hansajet was designed to provide additional space within the fuselage for greater passenger enjoyment. By using the forward swept wing, the main section of the fuselage could remain free of obstructions, leaving more room for creature comforts. However, engineers of early forward swept wing aircraft encountered an aerodynamic problem which kept these aircraft from attaining high speeds. They discovered that the wings could be easily overstressed and may be ripped from the plane at high-speed flight. To create a forward swept wing that could be flown at high speeds would mean overcoming this problem, known as structural divergence. X-29 test pilot Rod Woomer explains.
When you put forward swept wings on an airplane, as you take that airplane to faster and faster speeds, those wings are constantly trying to rip themselves off the airplane. In an aft swept wing airplane, as you put it under load at higher airspeeds, the wings actually bend leading edge down, which relieves the load, so they're self-relieving. When the wings sweep forward, they actually twist leading edge up, which increases the loads, which puts more load on, more bending, and so the wings are trying to constantly rip themselves off the airplane.
This problem became the primary challenge of retired Air Force Colonel Norris J. Crone. In 1976, Crone took control of a Department of Defense design project that would include the creation of a high-speed, forward-swept wing aircraft. The following year, Grumman began testing a radio-controlled model made of balsa wood. With this small prototype, Grumman would have a head start for the design that was to become the X-29. The Grumman prototype reflected the earlier studies of Colonel Crone under the auspices of the U.S. Air Force, NASA, and the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency. Wind tunnel tests investigated the effects of structural divergence on early models. But despite all the theoretical experiments, it would be the pilots who underwent the ultimate test.
I suppose you could make an argument that test pilots were not that big a deal because the scientists and engineers had put the airplane together very well. We flew it in we looked at it in the simulator, we went up and we flew it in flight. It looked exactly like the simulator. And so the test pilot really became somebody that validated the engineering production of the simulator model. But when we got to high-angle attack, it was really a different story. It was like we stepped back a generation and rediscovered that test pilots are really needed and flying articles are really needed, and that you can't do everything with gigantic computers and wind tunnels.
But before the pilots could fly the new design, engineers needed to solve its inherent aerodynamic problem.
If you want the airplane to go fast, you have to make the wings so heavy that it's prohibitive to put it on the airplane. We solved that in the X-29 by building the wings with composite material, graphite epoxy wing covers. That makes the wings strong enough to withstand the aerodynamic loads, and yet because the graphite epoxy is much lighter in weight than aluminum or other metal materials, the wings are light enough to go on the airplane.
The use of advanced lightweight composites would be the breakthrough that would enable the forward swept wing configuration to enter the transonic realm. Although unique in its appearance, the X-29 was really a hybrid plane, borrowing elements of the F-16, the FA-18 Hornet, and the F-5A Freedom Fighter. The resulting structure was a cumulative design created in the quest for maximum maneuverability. After examining the design submitted by 3 aerospace companies, the Grumman aircraft was chosen. In September 1981, the G712 became the X-29A, and the first flight was scheduled for summer 1983. In addition to increasing maneuverability, the revolutionary forward-swept airframe encountered less air resistance or drag than its conventional aft-swept counterparts, so a smaller engine could be used.
The only purpose of the engine is really to overcome the drag and get the airplane to go where you want it to go. So if there's less drag, you can have a smaller engine. With a smaller engine, it burns up less fuel, which means you have to carry less fuel aboard the airplane. So if you're designing a paper airplane from the ground up, now you can build an airplane that's smaller, lighter weight, which means it's going to be cheaper to build and cheaper to maintain over the long run.
The prospect of a new generation aircraft, stunningly agile, fuel efficient, with low maintenance, created an air of excitement, even humor at the 1984 unveiling.
That's a beautiful model, but they got the wing on backwards.
From Grumman in New York, the X-29 was shipped through the Panama Canal to Edwards Air Force Base, California, to begin its flight test program. The time had come to take the unique X-29 into the blue Mojave Desert skies, where simulation and theory would face the harsh light of reality. On December 14, 1984, the X-29 joined the ranks of its predecessors as it set out in search of the unknown. Grumman's chief test pilot, Charles "Chuck" Sewell, was chosen to fly the first mission that would take the aircraft to 0.4 Mach and a maximum altitude of 15,000 feet. Sewell would also guide the X-29 through a series of basic aerial maneuvers to test its airworthiness. On that sunny morning, Sewell engaged the throttle, becoming the first man to fly a forward swept-wing aircraft capable of supersonic speed. It was here in the skies over Edwards that the efforts of Colonel Crone would finally be realized. The X-29 performed flawlessly. In fact, during the flight, Sewell noticed something strange. The 2 chase planes were gyrating helplessly in the turbulence while his flight remained relatively smooth. The elaborate flight control system designed to compensate for the aircraft's inherent lack of structural stability had actually dampened the turbulence. Grumman chief test pilot Kurt Schrader.
Computers provide this stability through the commanding the flight control system. So basically the pilot doesn't have to do it. So he has the best of both worlds. He has what appears to him to be a stable airplane. In reality, the control surfaces are moving constantly and rapidly to control and provide that stability that is not there from an aerodynamic standpoint.
For the first time in aviation history, an aircraft specifically designed to minimize stability was being tested. Since the Wright brothers first took to the air, stability and control had always been paramount. But for the X-29, it was only in the way.
If you really want to have this maneuverability, then you can't afford to have a great degree of stability, because you use up a lot of what is known as control power, the ability to maneuver the airplane, just to overcome the basic stability of the airplane.
One of the primary objectives of the X-29 project was to attain extremely high angles of attack without losing control power. Each test pilot underwent months of simulator training and preparation. Many thought the simulators could accurately predict its flight characteristics, but the high angle of attack proved to be the unknown.
We flew in the simulator first. We'd fly all our cards, and you'd go fly in the simulator. Other than the fact that there was real scenery passing by, there wasn't much difference between the airplane and the simulator. But once we got the high angle of attack, above about 25 degrees angle of attack, we'd fly it in the simulator first, but when we would go to fly it in the airplane, it was always different. And so you really felt like you were discovering something with the airplane.
X-plane test pilots always discovered something from their unique aircraft. But with this next generation of aircraft also comes a new generation of test pilot.
You may have needed those kind of individuals in days past to go take airplanes and do things with them when people had absolutely no idea what was going to happen. But today we're doing things that are much more exotic with airplanes. Our capabilities to predict what's going to happen are much more exotic. And in general, you find, I believe, that the test pilots and the ones that I work with are a unique combination of an intelligent engineer and a minor risk taker, a sort of a cowboy, a sort of a controlled cowboy.
Despite the computers and revolutionary design of the X-29, these controlled cowboys were essential for taking the technology where the simulators couldn't go.
The airplane looks so unusual. And I thought the funny part of it is that when you get so involved in a program, that it started to look conventional to me and the other airplanes started to look odd.
Although the plane's safety had initially been questioned, the X-29 test pilots were reassured by the plane's consistently successful test runs.
All the way up till when we initially flew the airplane, there were some people that I had a lot of respect for. Their technical capabilities were saying that the airplane was not going to be controllable. And those were the levels of concern. And the airplane was breaking new ground as far as that level of instability. And so that was really the major question on the airplane as far as a safety standpoint. And as it's turned out, it's performed flawlessly. There were areas where the airplane was predicted to do 20% better than a similar design that had an aft-swept wing, and it met those goals.
The long X-29 program has proven safe and productive. The forward swept wing configuration is certainly a shape for the future. Fueled by a desire to find alternative means of attaining supermaneuverability, the first international X-plane test program formally began in February 1987, when the U.S. and Germany began joint research on the X-31A. One key to allowing this aircraft to achieve the goals set by the two nations would be these thrust vectoring paddles around the jet exhaust nozzle. These paddles are moved into the exhaust stream, deflecting the exhaust in one direction or the other. In doing this, energy provided by the engine thrust can be utilized in steering the aircraft, thereby increasing maneuverability. However, using paddles like these is not a new idea. In the 1930s, Robert Goddard had used a system of paddle-like vanes on his liquid fuel rockets. Controlled by gyroscopes, the vanes would move into the thrust stream and correct the rocket from veering off course. Benefiting from Goddard's pioneering rocket work, the German wartime V-2 missile used a similar system of vanes set in the thrust path. The vanes could withstand the thrust stream's white-hot temperatures. The twisting of the vanes steering the missile, keeping it on course. During the final months of World War II, over 3,000 V-2s were launched. During the early stages of X-29 research, engineers ran wind tunnel investigations, testing the feasibility of a vector control system designed to take the aircraft to an extreme angle of attack without losing control. Despite its success in the wind tunnel, the system was never used on the X-29. Unlike the X-29, the X-31 is geared towards military applications rather than strictly aerodynamic research. Drawing its engine and instrument panel from the F-18 and its landing gear from the F-16, this hybrid aircraft was created under pressure to keep pace with Soviet developments. It was believed that an aircraft was needed that would be able to reach an extremely high angle of attack without experiencing the stall symptoms of a conventional fighter. If a pilot could point the nose of the fighter up at an excess of 50 degrees and still be able to control the aircraft, he would have a remarkable advantage in the close combat dogfighting of the future. Another goal was to reduce turning radius. The maneuverable F-18 uses 3 miles of sky during a supersonic turn. All aircraft have a maximum speed at which they can turn, so a new approach was needed. The X-31 would accomplish this goal of maintaining control at a high angle of attack. At this angle, conventional aircraft would stall and go out of control because the lift producing airflow is significantly reduced. The aircraft loses its grip on the air and falls until lift can be restored. With the X-31, the computer-controlled thrust vectoring system takes over, counteracting the effects of the stall with sheer force. The delta wing and canards help give the plane agility in this mode. Now the pilot is able to point the nose in either direction while his aircraft defies gravity. The pilot can completely reverse direction in record time with a series of maneuvers never before possible. With these flights, the X-31 had clearly broken the stall barrier. Pilots from Germany and the U.S. guided the aircraft through the flight test phase, attempting to acclimatize themselves to the often disorienting forces of post-stall flight. Like all experimental planes, the X-31 was breaking new ground. And like all experimental test pilots, the X-31 pilots encountered surprises every time they flew the aircraft. No simulator or wind tunnel could predict the forces the pilot would experience as he pushed the nose upwards to new extremes. Created using new aerodynamic insights, the X-31 is a flying laboratory that has generated valuable new information. But the high risks involved in flying these aircraft sometimes seem nothing compared to the dangers of post-flight celebrations. Even with all the sophisticated simulation systems and laboratory research, the modern test pilot is still an integral part of flight research. There's still a need for the human touch.
What is the most important characteristic in a test pilot? And I think, in my mind, it's decisiveness. Well, wait a minute. Maybe it isn't decisiveness. Maybe it's thinking maybe it would be technical. I'm not really sure.
What is for sure is that the pilots that fly the revolutionary X-29 and X-31 are true explorers, discovering new frontiers in aerodynamic capability, leading the way into the future of aviation. By the 1960s, the conquest of space is the new goal of the superpowers. In a search for an aircraft which will fly into orbit and land back on Earth, the M2F1 emerges. These designs will change the shape of aviation forever, leading to the birth of today's space shuttle. The Apollo program fulfilled the challenge put forward by President Kennedy to put a man on the moon by the end of the 60s. With this grand gesture, the U.S. became the predominant force in space, winning the space race with the Soviet Union. But Apollo was a ballistic capsule system, chosen because it was the quickest and most expedient way. The capsule would re-enter the atmosphere and tumble to a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Many felt this a rather inelegant way to return from space when prototypes existed of a vehicle able to be piloted back to Earth for a safe and accurate landing on a conventional runway. Test pilot Jerry Gentry.
The objective was to have a vehicle that would come back and could not only land on land, but also could be reusable, because the capsules, Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, were, once they hit the salt water and got corroded, I mean, that was the end of them. And also, there were a great many of us, especially those of us in the Air Force, to question the need or the desire to have a Navy flotilla out there to try and pick you up. Just also, to a pilot, the idea of coming down in a parachute. Most of us think the parachutes are for emergency procedures, emergency landings only, rather than a routine way of coming back to land on terra firma.
The Apollo program taught us much, but the capsule was not the answer for the future. During hypersonic acceleration and re-entry, aircraft with sharp protruding wings and fins would be burnt up. However, blunt bodies like conical capsules are very efficient, deflecting shockwaves and heat away. During the early 50s, researchers started testing half-cone shapes, called lifting bodies. With rounded bottoms and flat tops acting like a wing, the body of the aircraft produced its own lift. In 1962, this V8-powered Pontiac was a familiar sight at Edwards Air Force Base. In tow was one of the strangest-looking aircraft ever seen. This flying bathtub was the M2F1. Without official sanction, and with little money, a group of NASA scientists independently built the plywood glider to see if a lifting body could be successfully flown. After getting a feel for the aircraft behind the Pontiac, the next step was to tow the aircraft to altitude by C-47 and test handling qualities and landings. NASA test pilot and veteran of the X-15 program, Milt Thompson, made the first glide flight in a lifting body on August 16, 1963. Although it exhibited a disturbing tendency to roll if it hit any turbulence, it proved a fairly flyable aircraft. Thompson's X-15 experience contributed much, as the M2F1 displayed quite similar approach characteristics. The M2F1 flew over 100 times, providing valuable data and demonstrating that steep power-off landings could be safe and very accurate. By 1966, with the success of the M2F1, NASA and the Air Force sanctioned a rocket-powered lifting body. The Northrop M2F2 was to be launched mid-air from a B-52. Jerry Gentry was to fly the M2F2 for the Air Force.
As you get a marvelous view, maybe you can understand what a bomb might feel like being carried aloft if a bomb had any feelings. But that's exactly what you are. The only thing that is different in our case was that we could get off anytime we wanted. And it was a long ride. It was about 45 minutes to 45,000 feet, so you had a lot of time to think about it and mentally prepare yourself for the flight.
As they reached 45,000 feet at 450 miles per hour, the little aircraft dropped away. Pilots found the experience of flight without wings only a little disturbing at first.
once you get past the fact that it doesn't have any wings, you know it's going to lift. Anything will lift. Barn doors will lift if you can figure out how to control them, and that's essentially with the control surfaces and fins on the lifting body, we felt we could control it. The question was how stable was it going to be and how easy was it going to be to fly.
Control and stability was a problem on the very first flight in July 1966, when Milt Thompson encountered the same instability he'd experienced in the M2F1. But the flight ended in a successful landing. However, during flight number 16, NASA pilot Bruce Peterson wasn't so lucky. The same problem cropped up again, and Peterson struggled to control the rolling aircraft. He succeeded, but after dodging a chase helicopter, he had no time to fully extend the landing gear. The result? A catastrophe. After hitting the runway at 217 miles per hour, his aircraft rolled 6 times, ripping itself apart. Although badly injured, Bruce Peterson survived to fly again, as did the M2. Using new data, it was rebuilt. Test pilot Bill Dana took the first flight in the M2F3.
I had the reward of flying the next flight after we rebuilt it with a modified aileron system that no longer had this lateral instability, and that probably was my most challenging flight because it followed immediately a stark disaster.
The M2F3 was modified with a third centrally mounted vertical fin to improve stability. In its 27 flights, it reached an altitude of over 71,500 feet and flew over 1,060 miles per hour. Retired in 1972, it is now displayed at the National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C. The vast testing facilities of NASA and other agencies have proved essential for successful research flight. This model of the HL-10, a lifting body stablemate of the M2F2, is being evaluated for different landing methods. Effort was even expended on tests for a water landing. Wind tunnel analysis was essential for any new aircraft, and exotic shapes like the HL-10 got a great deal of attention before flight test. Full-scale test models were expensive, but proved invaluable in discovering problems not noticed in the smaller scale models. Rolled out in 1966, its first glide flight exposed a desperate need for modifications. 1.5 years later, it was back in the air. The Northrop HL-10 was basically the M2F2 shape, but upside down. Instead of a curved bottom and flat top, it had a flat bottom. In October 1968, the HL-10 became the first lifting body to be flown under power. It would go on to make the first lifting body supersonic flight, eventually reaching 1,228 miles per hour and an altitude of over 90,000 feet. The unlikely-looking HL-10 would remain the fastest and highest flying of all the lifting bodies. The Northrop HL-10 and the M2 were true pioneers of the lifting body concept. NASA's Bill Dana flew them both.
Probably got less attention because they weren't ex-airplanes, but I considered them equally contributory to the lifting body technology and to the development of the steep power-off approach and landing techniques that were developed for the space shuttle.
The road to an X-series spaceplane has always been rocky. The Boeing X-20 Dinosaur was an early design for a reusable shuttle-type space vehicle that would enter orbit by multi-stage booster and glide back to Earth for a conventional horizontal landing. However, it became a victim of budget overruns and the swing toward the easier capsule method. But through its ancillary programs, much was learned. ASSET was an important X-20 support project designed to provide data on re-entry and test a number of shapes and heat-resistant materials. The small-scale models were launched on top of a Thor ballistic missile. The missile would almost push the little vehicle into orbit. After separation, it would glide down into the Pacific and be recovered. Recovery was important because although ASSET transmitted data, it also carried on board recording instruments. The recovered vehicles also vividly showed the extremes of heat encountered during re-entry and acceleration. Materials able to withstand such thermal punishment proved difficult to find.
But that was in the 60s, and there was a lot of metals that have been developed since then that people in those days were calling unobtainium because there just weren't any.
Another X-20 support program was the X-23, or Prime. Using a similar system to ASSET, Prime was designed to extend studies into wingless flight control during re-entry and test new kinds of shielding. Researchers developed a material that during extreme temperatures would ablate or char and peel off, taking the heat with it. The X-23 also tested a new lifting body shape that was set to make its debut as a manned aircraft. The Martin Marietta X-24A would begin where the X-23 left off, exploring the lower regions of the return from space. Rolled out in July 1967, it became a true ugly duckling story. For later in its life, it would go through a startling transformation. The X-24's appearance seemed almost comical, but its shape had purpose.
People called it the flying football, and it did look a little bit like a football, sort of partially deflated. But the object was to have a curved, smooth bottom on these things because you would be re-entering bottom first, and therefore that's where you would have your ablative material that would have to withstand the heat of re-entry.
Jerry Gentry was the first to fly the X-24A. It called for skill and discipline.
Each mission, or flight test as we called it, was thoroughly rehearsed and practiced. In other words, I liken it to very much like a dance routine that somebody would do on a stage because from the moment you launch, you're going through a set of procedures.
A series of unpowered glide flights began on April 17, 1969, with Gentry at the controls. This was common procedure with these air-launched X-planes, giving the pilot a chance to become familiar with the aircraft's basic handling qualities. Powered flights were initiated a year later in March. Again, Gentry was the pilot. Like its predecessors, the X-24A was powered by an XLR-11 rocket engine, which had a rather distinguished background.
The rocket engine was the same as the one that was used in the X-1 that when Chuck Yeager broke the speed of sound. It was slightly uprated and thrust, but other than that, it was identical.
After launch at 45,000 feet, the X-24A would fly under rocket power for around 2.5 minutes, then nose over for a steep 5-minute gliding descent. The pilot could almost just point at the spot he wanted to touch down on, as the angle of approach was so steep. After the fast-acting landing gear literally snapped into position, it would be traveling around 200 miles an hour. In an emergency, to give extra airspeed or to cushion the landing, small hydrogen peroxide rockets could be used. In over 3 years of flight testing, no major problems were encountered by the X-24A during these steep power-off landings. The method seemed to be a safe and economic way of bringing a space shuttle back to Earth without costly and heavy retractable landing engines that were being considered. Researchers saw other uses. Large commercial passenger aircraft use great amounts of fuel and create air and noise pollution using conventional landing patterns. The lifting body team offered a solution. To demonstrate, a big B-52 was readied for landing by bringing engines to idle and raising the large air brakes on top of the wings, dropping the flaps, and making an approach with landing gear fully extended. The effect was to cause greater drag, so the bomber would come in steep and quietly, effectively making a landing at a very low power setting and therefore becoming economical. Demonstrations were carried out for commercial aviation authorities using NASA's Convair 990 airliner with some modifications to its flaps. Although these spin-offs from the lifting body research program showed this was a viable, safe, and economic way to land commercial aircraft, the team came across no one willing to give it a try. The X-24A was to fly 28 times, reach a maximum altitude of over 71,400 feet, and chalk up a speed of just over 1,000 miles per hour. It was flown for the final time by NASA's John Mankey on June 4, 1971. But the story of this peculiar-looking aircraft doesn't end here, because the X-24A would be reborn. NASA and the Air Force were eager to test another shape that they felt could provide greater performance. Budgets were tight. To build a brand new aircraft would cost at least $5 million. For $1 million, they could reconfigure the X-24A. The already proven systems were retained, but a brand new body was fitted over the original airframe. The transformation took 10 months. The result was the sleek new X-24B. The new double delta flat iron shape was a stark contrast to the A model, and pilots that flew it noticed that its controllability and maneuverability was vastly improved. In 36 flights over 2 years, the X-24B provided a huge amount of valuable data. This sleek, futuristic design is seen as the final step in the evolutionary trail to the space shuttle. The shuttle's ability to return to Earth in a long, steep glide and touch down safely on a conventional runway is beholden to a family of the strangest shapes ever to become airborne. The X-24A's strange shape can still be seen at the Air Force Museum in Ohio, impersonated by its jet-powered brother, the never-flown SV-5J. It's a touch of irony, but a fitting tribute to the lifting body that had a facelift. The lifting bodies belie their odd appearance, for they proved vital for the continuation of aerospace advancements.
We were able to prove in the lifting body program that you could land these vehicles very, very accurately. Our touchdown dispersion seldom measured more than plus or minus 500 feet from an intended spot, and we always named our landing spot before we landed.
The X-24A and the other lifting bodies were a breed apart. Radical shapes, showing the way for future space flights, silently gliding home and landing safely. Even today, a scene like this seems almost unbelievable. A man floating in space while way below the world spins past. The trail of technology that allows us to experience such an amazing feat has its roots deeply embedded in the X-Plane series. By the end of the 50s, spaceflight was becoming a reality, and the Boeing X-20 concept seemed like the direction it was all heading. Powerful multi-stage rockets would boost the X-20 into orbit. Re-entry and landing would be by unpowered glide. During World War II, German researchers proposed a bomber using this boost glide system. It would skip across the upper atmosphere at 13,000 miles per hour. The X-20's proposed use of this dynamic soaring gave it a foreboding name: the dinosaur. In 1961, research was well underway. Thermal experiments were essential. The dinosaur would need to withstand incredible extremes of heat and cold. Technology was at its limits as researchers simulated speeds nearing 17,000 miles per hour. Although scheduled for flight in 1965, the dinosaur, like its namesake, was headed for extinction. A program that promised a pilotable, reusable spacecraft almost 20 years before the shuttle was canceled in 1963. The U.S. was taking the most expedient way to reach space. Expendable rockets and space capsules were a faster answer to the Soviets' early space race lead. The X-20's slower development and high cost couldn't compete with the quick and easy capsule method. As the space race drew closer to putting a man on the moon, researchers still worked at perfecting shapes that could conceivably fly to space and back. Launched from a helicopter, the Hyper 3 was a half-scale glider. Built to test ideas a generation beyond the ill-fated dinosaur, it was piloted remotely from a ground-based simulated cockpit. The Hyper 3's specially shaped body provided all its lift. Small, straight, retractable winglets allowed lower-speed landings. This lifting body configuration was projected as the shape of the space plane of the future. In the late 60s, the Martin Marietta X-24A, along with other lifting body aircraft, helped develop many aspects of flight without wings, including safe, steep approach landing methods crucial to the success of this kind of aircraft. In June 1971, the X-24A was retired, but researchers were still eager to investigate other configurations. As the glamorous Apollo missions drained cash flow, budgets were tight, so plans were drawn up to glove the existing airframe with a dramatically different shape. Jerry Gentry flew the X-24A for the Air Force.
In essence, they just changed the bottom of it from essentially an oval shape and made it into a very slender delta. And so they were able, at minimal expense, to look at two different configurations rather inexpensively.
The idea was to retain the existing and already proven systems of the old aircraft and fit a brand new body around it. The flying potato would be transformed into a sleek flying dagger. The new shape was a blended body and wing, aesthetically far removed from its previous form. Stunningly transformed, the new X-24B rolled out of Martin Marietta's Denver facility on October 11, 1972, 10 months after the A-model shell was delivered. Extensively modified, it had grown 15 feet longer. Its flat iron shape, exhaustively tested in wind tunnels, promised excellent handling qualities. It certainly looked like the shape of the future. The X-24B was designed to be air-launched. Modified B-52 bombers used for the X-15 were pressed into service. As a cost-cutting measure, the X-15 mounting pylon was modified with an adapter for the X-24. NASA test pilot John Mankey had flown the X-24A. On November 15, 1973, he would become the first to fly the new configuration under power. His observations would prove invaluable in comparing the two shapes' performance and handling qualities. The rocket power plant was the same trusty XLR-11 type that had pushed the X-1 through the sound barrier 26 years before. The handling qualities of the X-24B were very much to the pilot's liking. The double delta shape gave 2 times the lift and 3 times the maneuverability of the old configuration. The feel was more like a fighter, more responsive and flyable than the pure lifting body of the X-24A. The X-24B's most striking feature, its long pointed nose, was designed for a very good reason. It was found that the rounded stubby nose of the earlier form, although desirable to combat re-entry heating, was a handicap at lower speeds. With its sharp triangular form, the B model allowed much better handling and stability during its steep landing approach. By August 1975, the Space Shuttle project was well underway, drawing many ideas from the X-24B. The huge flat dry lake runways at Edwards were invaluable, but the shuttle needed verification that the proposed steep power-off landing method could be accomplished on a conventional runway. The X-24B showed that it could make accurate and safe landings on concrete. NASA pilot Bill Dana flew most of the lifting bodies and was a veteran of the pioneering X-15 project that had taken man higher and faster than any winged aircraft. He found the X-24B different in many ways, but familiar in others.
It was a very benign flight compared to an X-15 flight, but the approach and landing were identical in the two airplanes. A steep power-off landing with the landing gear coming down very late in the flight. And in that aspect, why the X-24 was very similar to the X-15.
Dana's first X-24B flight had taken place early in September 1975. The little craft had easily pushed up to Mach 1.5 and reached 71,000 feet. By that time, the 24B had already proved itself a much greater performer than the X-24A. In May 1975, John Mankey had taken the X-24B to its highest altitude of 74,130 feet. The previous year, U.S. Air Force pilot Colonel Michael Love had clocked the speed of Mach 1.76, or 1,163 miles per hour. Bill Dana's second flight was the X-24B's final powered flight. As the XLR-11 rocket engine shut down, Dana had just pushed the little bird into supersonic flight. At a conservative altitude of around 57,000 feet, he prepared for the fast glide down with the familiar steep landing approach. This method of landing had proved very efficient and accurate. The pilot almost had only to point the aircraft at the spot where he wanted to touch down on. When activated, the X-24B's rugged landing gear snapped out amazingly fast. The pilot would wait for the last possible moment to drop the gear, as the drag caused loss of precious speed, lift, and control. Power-off landings left no second chances.
I think the major contribution of the lifting bodies to technology to date has been the demonstration that a variety of various shapes could be landed power off, even though they had steep final approach glides.
The X-24B's final powered flight in September 1975 also marked the final rocket flight of the X-plane series. Ironically, it operated with the same type of engine used on the first X-plane. The Martin Marietta X-24B is now on display at the United States Air Force Museum in Dayton, Ohio. The most advanced of the lifting bodies retired as the space shuttle was being readied for its debut. The evolutionary trail towards the shuttle was completed by this truly unique aircraft.
The original space shuttle intended to carry 4 or 5 jet engines and extend them after re-entry, light them up, and then make a power-on landing. And through our experiences with the lifting bodies and our ability to successfully land power-off a number of different shapes, we convinced NASA Houston to remove the landing engines and the jet fuel from the space shuttle. This reduced the orbital weight of the shuttle 35,000 pounds and reduced the launch weight by 1 million pounds.
The orbiting shuttle is in some way the realization of the X-20 dinosaur. Boosted into orbit like the Apollo capsules by jettisoned rockets, the shuttle is a pilotable, reusable system. Thanks to the invaluable data provided by the lifting bodies, it can make a controlled, gliding re-entry and descend to a safe pinpoint landing anywhere on Earth. However, the lifting bodies may still have a lot to offer the next step beyond the shuttle. The future of the X-planes looks exhilarating. These computer images are of the shockwave pattern around the X-30, the proposed NASP or National Aerospace plane. Designers use supercomputers to provide data that wind tunnels can't give us. This part airplane, part spaceship will need to fly over 17,000 miles per hour and survive the tremendous heat loads of accelerating into orbit and re-entry. New materials with greater heat resistance, lighter weight, and greater strength will also need to survive the extremes of ultra-cold. New alloys and carbon fabrication technologies will be stretched to the limits. With all this information from simulation and supercomputers, we know pretty much what to expect, so why should we build the X-30? Scott Crossfield, X-plane test pilot and aerodynamicist.
If you could do things with unmanned systems, with computers, you might just calculate what you want to do and then not bother to build the system. This is a human experience, this thing of being on Earth. The Russians saw the backside of the moon first, but we had a man on there first. And the strides that we took in the technology understanding the moon are orders of magnitude more than they learned just by flying around the backside of it, or with the unmanned systems that land on the moon.
NASA and the Department of Defense have been exploring hypersonic technologies for years. Each X-plane can almost be seen as a building block of knowledge working towards the X-30. The National Aerospace plane will be a single stage-to-orbit space vehicle, able to take off under its own power and fly into orbit around the Earth. After completing its space mission, the X-30, like the shuttle, will make a long, unpowered, gliding descent, re-enter the atmosphere, and land on a conventional runway. J. Miller, aviation historian.
In effect, the NASP is point A. It is a research tool. It is an exploratory tool. It is hardware that will allow us to prove whether or not we can build a vehicle that will basically be single stage to orbit.
The X-30's flight tests will be in carefully monitored increments, adding speed a little at a time. Computers will use this data to stay ahead of the game, searching for hot spots on the X-30's skin that, if not discovered, could eat up the plane during hypersonic flight. Many of the lessons learned from the X-15 and lifting body programs about aerodynamic heating, shockwave patterns, and countless other subjects form the huge database that researchers refer to. The National Aerospace Plane Project stands on the shoulders of its pioneering X-plane predecessors. After many years, they continue to yield priceless information, even of a more down-to-earth nature.
There's no question that the National Aerospace Plane will use techniques developed to land the X-15 and to land the lifting bodies when they're learning how to set up their approach pattern for the X-30.
Originally conceived as a Concorde-like sleek space shuttle, now as the X-30 takes shape, it seems to be a much more radical design. Maybe the lifting body has found its time. Jerry Gentry, lifting body test pilot.
The lifting body program, people lost obvious interest in that when the decision was made on the space shuttle configuration. A great many people thought at one time or another that the lifting body would probably be the configuration for the space shuttle. What's interesting is to see now what the configuration is for the National Aerospace Plane, or X-30, and indeed it is a lifting body again. So the lifting body is starting to return to vogue or popularity.
The affirmation of the lifting body shows how so much high-technology research is a matter of planting the seed of an idea and many years later seeing it bear fruit. Such a huge project could never be attempted by one company. The National Aerospace Plane will involve 5 major aerospace companies in a huge consortium effort controlled by NASA and the Department of Defense.
The difficulty lies that when you're trying to build a single stage to orbit vehicle, you're looking at a very expensive platform, particularly when you're talking about a limited production vehicle. I mean, they're not going to build but maybe 2 or 3 of these aircraft. And they are strictly research vehicles to prove certain points, to achieve certain performance objectives.
But the scramjet power plant has yet to be invented. Just to start one up would be like lighting a match in a hurricane.
The scramjet is kind of the next generation, if you will, of propulsion systems. It is kind of the ultimate jet engine.
Like all X-planes, the X-30 will tackle seemingly insurmountable problems and open new doors. Scott Crossfield, involved with X-planes from the X-1 to the X-15 and now the X-30, is still a great believer in the research airplane.
I'm determined we're going to catch up with where we left off on the X-15 with the National Aerospace Plane. The limitations being largely economic. It's not technical. We know more about the National Aerospace Plane today than we did at the Apollo, the X-15, and the Mercury at this stage. So that's my thesis. And it's a natural extension of what's proven successful, the research airplane program.
The promise of the X-30 National Aerospace Plane is viewed as the ultimate X-plane. The payoff will be just like the other projects, new ways of flying, building, and powering the next generation of flying machines. The dreams that were stirred in the heady days after World War II as the X-1 flew into supersonic flight for the first time are still alive. But there can be no ultimate X-plane, as there will always be another goal to reach, another door to open, and another X-plane to fly into the unknown.
As one of the missing Century Series fighters, the XF-108 Long-Range Interceptor had great promise. In the North American tradition, the F-108's sleek lines and graceful shape evoked a sense of speed and unbridled performance. The North American P-51 Mustang is undoubtedly one of the greatest fighter aircraft of World War II. Designed after the war began, it was produced in huge numbers and saw action on every front. Like the British Spitfire, the Mustang's sleek, purposeful lines and outstanding performance made it one of the most recognizable fighters of the Second World War. It was also the beginning of a long line of superb fighters built by the talented team at North American. North American Aviation is regarded as one of the great aircraft companies. Between 1935 and the 1960s, North American enjoyed a golden era of design and production. Led by James H. Dutch Kindleberger and John Leland Atwood, the list of successful North American aircraft is remarkable. When it came to fighter designs, North American produced some of the most impressive fighters of all time. The P-51 Mustang is considered by many to be the finest fighter of World War II. This was followed by the remarkable F-82 Twin Mustang, which saw action during the Korean War. When Soviet MiG-15s appeared over the skies of Korea, the US were ready with the outstanding F-86 Sabre. And as speeds increased, North American answered with the all-supersonic F-100 Super Sabre. It was an impressive record, but not all the fighters submitted by North American made it to production. Sadly, the company's last fighter design never made it past the mock-up stage. As one of the missing Century Series fighters, the XF-108 Long-Range Interceptor had great promise. In the North American tradition, the F-108's sleek lines and graceful shape evoked a sense of speed and unbridled performance.
In September of 1958, I had been promoted to full colonel on my assignment in the Pentagon. And I asked for the assignment to be the program manager of the next fighter in development, which was the F-108. And my boss at that time, General Hal Estes, picked up the telephone and called Wright Field, discussed it with General Haugen, and in a matter of 5 minutes, I was then named the new program manager, which was in its early stage of development. It was the sister airplane to the B-70, the ex-B-70.
All modern fighters have their origins in a design requirement. Those conditions have many influences, and while not directly part of the XF-108 story, another development in the 1950s played a direct role in the history of the elusive Mach 3 interceptor. During World War II, radar proved vital for any effective air defense system. Ground-controlled intercepts became the norm and integral to both day and night fighter operations. After the war, the United States embarked on a program to enhance and improve radar technology. In 1952, the U.S. Air Force initiated development of the SAGE system. The semi-automatic ground environment was designed to protect the airspace over the United States and Canada. SAGE was an integrated set of radars, surface-to-air missiles, and interceptors, all tied to a vast network of digital IBM computers and a long-distance communication system. In terms of complexity, the new SAGE system was the most technologically demanding project ever attempted at the time, even surpassing the development of the atomic bomb. In 1956, the first SAGE Direction Center came online at McGuire Air Force Base, and by 1962, the system was complete. At the heart of the system were 24 hardened concrete direction centers. When one of the radar sites scattered across the US detected a Soviet bomber, that information would be passed to one of the direction centers. From there, friendly fighters would be dispatched or air-to-air missiles launched. The SAGE system proved to be a marvel of technology and was remarkably reliable. Unfortunately, the interceptors being developed at the time could not fully exploit the range and warning time given by SAGE. The idea of intercepting incoming Russian bombers well before they threatened the key industrial areas of the US and Canada had great appeal. That's when the long-range Mach 3 XF-108 was born.
One of the problems with the North American continent, because you're looking at Canada as well, is it's a huge area to defend. And although in theory Russia's a long way away, if you come directly over the North Pole, it actually cuts that distance down quite a way. So to find a way of protecting this and really to do it thoroughly and make sure you don't miss the enemy bomber is quite difficult. And the objective of SAGE was to have radar stations based all over the country, so you've got a constant plot of what's moving into the area, moving into airspace, and then the weaponry is to deal with it if you have an enemy bomber to actually take out. And that's either surface-to-air missiles from shorter range or these long-range interceptors to deal with them much further out.
The new SAGE system was a force multiplier, but the fighters in production at that time didn't have the range or firepower to fully exploit its capability. For some, the most logical solution was to turn a B-47 Stratojet medium bomber into long-range interceptors, armed with dozens of air-to-air missiles. This idea, however, was never taken seriously. While the Pentagon agreed with the need for a long-range interceptor, no development program was put forward. Air Defense Command was, however, very insistent, and in October 1953, attempted to gain formal Air Force approval for a new interceptor. They also added some overly ambitious requirements for their new aircraft. The first was the capability to attack an incoming bomber from both the rear and from head-on. The radar had to have an airborne moving target indicator and an anti-chaff synchronizer. Air Defense Command also wanted a 3-bomber per kill mission. Armament included 270 2.75-inch rockets, 18 Falcon missiles, and 3 nuclear rockets. It was a tall order. Either the Air Defense Command had little faith in the reliability of the weapons, or the ability of the pilots to shoot straight.
Well, the air defense system that we had in this country in the early days, we had the F-101 built by McDonnell. We had the 102 built by Convair, and the 106. These were all air defense fighters, including the F-86D model. That was another air defense fighter, a night fighter.
And so, but those airplanes were what we call short-legged. They had limited range, and they were dependent upon the ground environment radars to pick up any what the incoming targets, so they can then direct the fighter to intercept that target. Whereas the 108 was going to be a big step beyond all those capabilities, and would be able to fly at 3 times the speed of sound at Mach 3, and would be able to sweep out large areas like 200 miles ahead of the airplane, and they wouldn't be dependent upon the ground environment.
The XF-108 Interceptor was a shining example of a weapons program caught in the push and pull of inter-service rivalry. Various Air Force organizations and the Air Defense Command went back and forth, each pushing their own vision as to what would be the best aircraft. For Air Defense Command, time was the critical factor. They wanted a fighter operational by January 1958, which meant eliminating any industry competition. To speed the process, unsolicited designs were proposed. 2 were considered. One was from Northrop in the form of a Super Scorpion, and the other a 2-seat version of the F-101 Voodoo from McDonnell Douglas. Back at Air Force headquarters, the first requirements for a new fighter were being sketched out. It would be an all-weather, twin-seat, twin-engine aircraft with a radius of 1,000 miles. It would also operate inside the SAGE network with the capability of independent interception. Studies conducted by the Wright Air Development Center concluded that both the Super Scorpion and the 2-place F-101 would not provide the needed performance for a long-range interceptor. Air Force headquarters realized that any new fighter would not be operational before 1960. To expedite the process, requests for proposals were issued in May 1954. 7 proposals were received, but none were really satisfactory. Finally, after what seemed like an endless struggle between Air Defense Command and Air Research Development Command, a new requirement for a new long-range interceptor experimental was issued by ARDC. The new fighter was to have a speed of Mach 1.7 at 40,000 feet, with a 1,000-mile radius of action. On October 11, 1955, study contracts were issued to Lockheed, Northrop, and North American. Due to funding constraints, the Air Force was forced to select a single contractor, with North American coming out on top. On June 6, 1957, North American was issued a contract for 2 prototypes for a long-range, high-performance interceptor, designated XF-108. This would be North American's last fighter design. Even at this stage, arguments continued as to whether the new fighter should be a long-range or a medium-range interceptor. The final answer would be both. The F-108 was designed primarily as a long-range interceptor with a medium-range capability. Not surprisingly, the medium-range idea was largely ignored. There were also reports the F-108 was to be a long-range escort fighter for the new B-70 Valkyrie, but this never was the case. At the heart of the F-108 was its new airborne radar system. Both Hughes and RCA had fire control systems that would work with the F-108. Both were evaluated, with Hughes winning the contract. The F-108 long-range interceptor was proving extremely expensive. By the beginning of 1958, it was burning through more than $3 million a month, and that didn't include the effort by Hughes and the fire control system. Even at this point, performance estimates were still very rough, but encouraging. Powered by 2 General Electric J93 engines, each developing 38,000 pounds of thrust, the new F-108 was to be a long-range, high-altitude supersonic interceptor capable of destroying supersonic enemy aircraft. Unlike the XF-103, which was designed for high Mach dash speeds, the F-108 would cruise at Mach 3 at 70,000 feet.
The power plant for the F-108 were two General Electric GE93 turbojets, each of them creating 23,700 pounds of thrust. There was three JAR-9 air-to-air missiles, which eventually were to be redesignated AIM-47, and they would have been carried in an internal weapons bay. All at weight is 100,000 pounds, and the aircraft was designed to fly towards Mach 3 at altitudes of up to 80,000 feet with a phenomenal rate of climb. And these were performance figures really for the time. Well, even today would make you blink. They're so phenomenal. For the 1950s, it's 50 odd plus years ago, quite remarkable figures. And as needless to say, the actual process of designing and developing this would cost a lot of money and would actually bring the aircraft down in due course.
In 1958, a new wrinkle was added to the F-108 program. As part of their original bid, North American proposed sharing components between the F-108 and the XB-70 bomber. In theory, it would lower the costs for both aircraft, but in reality, it was a decision that everybody would later regret. The F-108 program spent a great deal of time and money testing new materials and developing methods of fabrication from advanced alloys. In addition to the stainless steel honeycomb panels, the F-108 investigated various metals, including hardened steels, beryllium, and titanium. It also developed both cloth laminates and other composites. Many of these technologies would benefit the aerospace industry as a whole, but would never be used on the F-108. North American was also designing an escape capsule for both the F-108 and the XB-70, releasing a canopy and successfully ejecting from an aircraft. Streaking along at 2,000 miles per hour at 70,000 feet was next to impossible. For the F-108, both the pilot and radar operator would have individual escape capsules. When trouble struck, an internal clamshell door would slide up over each crewman, completely enclosing them. The entire capsule would be ejected out of the aircraft. It was not a new idea and came courtesy of Republic's XF-103.
The escape capsule was another shared. We would have had the same crew capsule in the 108 as the B-70 did, which later on was used, by the way. And so I always have felt a close connection to the B-70 program as a result of the interrelationship of the two. They use the same technology.
During this period, new studies and ideas were continually being put forward. One study evaluated the effects of installing an aerial refueling capability. Others looked at thrust reversers, a boron-based high-energy fuel instead of the regular JP6 jet fuel, and whether different engines would improve performance. Even with all the additional studies, progress was being made. The Hughes ASG-18 radar system had passed the mock-up stage and was considered feasible and acceptable. The ASG-18 was to be the first pulse Doppler radar developed in the United States. It would also have a look-down, look-up capability, but as powerful as it was, it could only track one target at a time. But troubles began to mount and delays set in. On November 19, 1958, the operational date for the F-108 was pushed back to mid-1963, and the number of prototypes was cut from 31 to 20. The first flight was also delayed by 3 months and scheduled for April 1960. There were also mounting problems with the all-missile armament. The F-108's armament consisted of 3 Hughes GAR-9 missiles. Large and highly advanced, the GAR-9 soon ran into a series of delays and changing requirements. The Air Force, unhappy with the progress of the semi-active homing radar, asked for a dual system consisting both of a semi-active and infrared seeker. This was a major headache for Hughes. The original missile had not been designed for two seekers and would have to be larger. Rocket motor development was also running into problems. By the time the GAR-9 was actually built, it had less power and was only capable of Mach 4, far from the planned Mach 6. Fortunately, much of what was learned developing the GAR-9 would be used for the US Navy's successful AIM-54 Phoenix missile.
The F-108 as an air defense fighter, being able to fly at 3 times the speed of sound and having a new radar, 5 kW in power, was far more powerful than any other airborne radars, as developed by Hughes Aircraft, along with the GAR-9 missile that was developed by Hughes as well, an air-to-air. These 3 GAR-9 missiles would be in a missile bay underneath the 108, and after intercepting a target of Russian bombers that are coming over the North Pole region, they could be launched, and of course the atomic warhead wouldn't be like the atomic warheads we think of in our ballistic missiles. They're scaled down, so it wouldn't be of equivalent size and in the actual destructive capability. But it was the first of its kind in that era to even be conceived on an air-to-air missile.
In January 1959, the F-108 mock-up was ready for inspection. On January 5th, the Air Force Development Engineering Inspection took place, followed by a full inspection on the 26th. A notable member at the time of the inspection team was Double Ace Lieutenant Colonel Robin Olds. He would later become a Triple Ace during the Vietnam War. In addition to the full-scale mock-up, a metal mock-up of the forward fuselage was also on display.
I spent a great deal of time at North American, and we had a mock-up of the airplane built where we called in our technical team and also the air defense people so they could have their inputs on how the cockpit might best suit them. So we had an ongoing program that, of course, I was hoping that it would continue.
First flight for the Mach 3 F-108 was scheduled for March 1961 with an Air Force requirement of 480 aircraft. As with all combat aircraft, the F-108 was being viewed as more than just a long-range interceptor. One idea was to use the F-108 as a gap filler for the distant warning radars on the dew line. Based at remote Arctic airstrips, the idea was to keep a number of F-108s constantly airborne in order to eliminate gaps in the radar coverage. On May 15th, the aircraft was named Rapier, continuing a short-lived tradition of naming North American fighters after swords. As the project moved forward and support for the F-108 gathered momentum, funding became an issue. As good as the F-108 promised to be, the cost of the program would eventually overshadow all of the technological advances. As budgetary constraints began to take hold, there were other forces at play that would doom the F-108. The nightmare scenario of Soviet intercontinental ballistic missiles raining down on the US homeland in the early 1960s made the Mach 3 interceptor obsolete. Projects that included the F-108 and the XB-70 were soaking up funds now deemed necessary for America's own ICBM program. ICBMs were not only cheaper, faster, and more reliable, they were completely invulnerable to interception.
There's strictly a money reason why the program was canceled, although later on, you see, we were competing in the Cold War with Russia, and at that time, the requirement for the 108 was built upon worrying about the Russian bombers coming over from Russia over the North Pole, and we'd be able to counter that by flying over Canada and being able to stop any intruders from coming from the north. Well, later on, the intelligence didn't support the bomber threat of the Russians to the extent that we originally thought. It was, again, a question of intelligence where they didn't have limited knowledge, and they extrapolated, obviously, to make sure that we were able to counter anything that might develop. But fortunately, the Cold War didn't go any further than it did, and we never needed an airplane for air defense purposes to that extent.
On August 21, 1959, the F-108 was placed in the strictest austerity category. It would be the final nail in the coffin, and on September 23, 1959, the F-108 was officially cancelled. The harsh realities of the Cold War finally caught up with the F-108 Rapier and the dream of a Mach 3 fighter. Its legacy, however, continued. The Hughes-developed radar and weapon system found their way into the YF-12, the fighter version of the famous SR-71 Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft. 3 YF-12s were built and proved to be the only Mach 3 fighter to successfully fly for the US Air Force. Like the F-103 and F-108, the YF-12 program was cancelled in February 1968, ending once and for all the quest for a Mach 3 interceptor. In the end, North American adapted much of what was accomplished with the F-108 and put it into the A-5 Vigilante. It was the world's only Mach 2 carrier-based bomber and eventually saw extensive service with the US Navy as a reconnaissance platform during the Vietnam War.
Even though the XF-108 Rapier wasn't built, it contributed a lot to aeronautical knowledge, and it contributed a lot to the in-house knowledge of the North American design team in Southern California that was working on this aircraft. And one of the things that they did as a result of acquiring all this knowledge was to design and develop for the Navy an aircraft called the A-3J Vigilante, later called the A-5. It was designed initially as a long-range nuclear bomber to operate from carriers in the days when the Navy was searching for a nuclear role for its aircraft carrier fleet.
North American would never design another fighter. Its talent and expertise would soon be channeled into the space race. Amazing aircraft like the rocket-powered X-15 would break records and soar to the edge of space. Its space division would go on to design the Apollo space capsule, and in 1967, North American merged with the Rockwell Standard Corporation to become the North American Rockwell Corporation. This merger would produce the world's first spaceplane. Ordered by NASA in 1972, the space shuttle would revolutionize spaceflight and usher in a new era of flight.